Hi, how are you?
Hi. Hi, Niharika.
Hi,
Are
good
we
to see
connected?
you.
Yeah, I wasn't well actually, so that's why I could not give the video, but then I was regretting it. I was actually next time.
Yeah, there's always a next time. Yes, yes. So,
Yeah.
how are you feeling now?
Feeling better, feeling better. I think it was just
Oh,
the stress. It was over stressing. Yeah.
okay, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we have others
We
waiting
already have
or
12 people in the
Waiting room?
no, they are all joined.
Okay.
Yes, you can use this gallery option to see as many people as possible.
Hmm.
it's 2 o'clock. Do we begin or should we
Yes,
wait for some?
yes. I think you should begin. Few more people join.
Can we start?
Yes.
I think yes, we should.
Yeah. Yeah. Good to go?
Yes.
Okay. A big hello to all the lovely ladies present here on this lazy Sunday afternoon. Well, it's nice to see all of you here, but let me tell you, you're not going to regret spending your Sunday here because it's going to be a lot of action which is waiting to happen on this day. Starting off from what we had last year, we've had a roller coaster ride last year in 2020, where we had to manage office, home, school, kitchen, and whatnot. And last but not the least, also our emotional well-being. It saw a different phase in our lives too, where we had to work without the maid, without the cook, without the drivers, and everything on our own. And yes, we can proudly say that we have emerged like a phoenix, successful, strong, and much more determined than ever before. The initial phase of the lockdown saw a flurry of activities ranging from dalgona coffees to warm home baked bread to board games, which we had stored up earlier in the attics. Masks made a new entry into our lives as the new accessory. Just a couple of days earlier, we were wishing for our loved ones to stay with us for more time, but during the lockdown, we crave for them to start going for work once again. We crave for the old routine to come back into our lives. Our homes were filled with laptops, chargers, routers, connections, Wi-Fi broadband connections, etc. Stress levels of kids, parents, and teachers were on the rise as offline classes gave way to online classes. With kids studying in one room and parents working in the other room, temperatures were sure to rise. Mental health also took a toll as people were confined to their homes days together. Yoga became a buzzword during that time, and more people took to yoga, more like fish taking into water. A lot of people started learning musical instruments and took back to their old hobbies also, which had taken a backseat due to our fast lives. Corporate sector too went through its turmoil as huge job losses were profound in some sectors. Salary cuts were announced, retrenchments were announced. Many establishments also closed down, including some of my favorite restaurants too. Towards the end of a year, there was a sudden surge in some of the jobs, especially connected to social media managers, virtual assistants, freelance jobs. Gig economy took on in a big way. Skillshare and Udemy became extensively popular as people started upskilling themselves to take on the new market in a big way. Side hustles and passions too became business ideas. Terrace farming took on in a big way. In the technical space, AI, ML, cloud computing, etc. were the buzzwords which we could hear all day long. Things are really looking up this year with some educational institutions and corporate sectors opening up. The vaccine is also here, and hopefully the economy is going to bounce back very soon. But a few questions still remain to be answered. Is the work from home culture going to stay? If yes, how can productivity and performance be measured in this setup? 2, how has this new market opened up opportunities for women? 3, what are the skills required by women to brace themselves up and face this new economy and new challenges ahead? 4th, how has the startup culture opened up opportunities for women? And last, how have some women transitioned themselves so seamlessly from one job to another to much more meaningful roles? These are a few questions, and many more will be answered during the panel discussions and the networking sessions which are going to follow this event. Ladies, brace yourselves up for a power-packed 2-day session of exploration, networking, question and answer sessions, interaction with diverse personalities, and so on. But before this, a few words to introduce myself and the company I proudly represent. My name is Rajani. I am a life skills professional and instructor. I also have a background in recruitments. I'm also an emotional counselor. And at the moment, I work with StrongHuman Network, where I'm trying to make myself a better version each day. Okay. Now, I would also like to introduce my company and the place where I work in a small way. StrongHuman Network is a global lifestyle club focused on helping you become a better version of yourself through some unique lifestyle concepts. They majorly revolve around confidence, self-awareness, emotional intelligence. These are such powerful tools which will help you make yourself a much better person down the line. The USP of SHN is that it has universal acceptance around the globe. How can I say that? Just think of it. Do you want to be strong? Everyone would say yes. But just being strong is the deepest desire of every human being. StrongHuman Network is an identity which everyone would like to take up. Our primary offering is membership to our lifestyle club, which will be discussed more in detail tomorrow at the Jewel of the Summit event. SHN also offers various lifestyle programs which are implemented through our success managers and strong human buddies. Please don't miss tomorrow's event to get more details about this beautiful program. Next, I would love to invite and introduce the person behind this entire event, the person who's founded StrongHuman Network, Sainath Maharata Salanke. He's a young entrepreneur and founder of StrongHuman Network. He started SHN in Jan 2018. He's an MBA from IIM Calcutta, graduated in 2015. He has a total of 8 years of experience across different industries in managerial and leadership roles. His core expertise is in sales and marketing, branding, business strategy, leadership, and people management. He lives strong human lifestyle, which he promotes through SHN. He has keen interest in current affairs. He closely tracks domains such as technology, digital ecosystems, startups, public policy, national and international politics, and philosophy. He's going to take you through a few points which are very relevant for today's panel discussion and the network summit, which is going to follow. He will be speaking to you about the world economy in general and India in specific, and how things have changed now and how we can move things going forward in the new career segment. Over to you, Sainath.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, warm welcome to everyone on this summit. I'm very, very happy to welcome you to this summit. And I think we have worked really hard over the last 2 weeks to make this event happen. And I think, I hope the event goes smoothly and all the participants in this summit find it really, really valuable and cherish this event in years to come. So that is the larger goal of the summit. So coming to today's session, which I'm going to take up. So basically, I'm going to help you understand what's going on around the world, because it is very much relevant if you want to understand about jobs, especially because what are jobs? Like jobs happen in market, right? If the market is good, you will get jobs. When people have some work, then they will look for people to do that job, right? So market is the foundation of jobs. And how do you understand that? You need to understand, if you want to understand the market, you need to understand the larger ecosystem in which the market operates, right? So the last 1-2 years has made this point very, very clear, because that everything is interdependent. It was like, if you go 2 years back, it would take a lot of time for people to understand, make them understand that everything is interconnected. But now, after the pandemic times, it is very clear, because we have practically seen that one thing affecting the other, right? For suppose trains are not moving, then colleges won't run, right? And so on and so on. So there are ripple effects. So if you understand this better, you will be able to understand job market better, and also it will be helpful in your profession all the time. This is like the most important thing. If you want to succeed in your profession in long term, understanding the market and understanding the larger society is very important. So I'll be talking to you about the social trends, then probably economic, AI, which is the latest buzzword, technology, and market and business trends. So first and foremost, when it comes to social trends, you would have observed that world order is changing. If you see 3 years or 4 years down the line, 4 years back, you would probably agree that America was the most leading country, leadership, which was showing the path for the rest of the world, and everyone was like almost blindly following US. But now that is not the case. So the world order is changing. Now China has emerged as a very big power, and the events which happened in US over the last 1-2 years did not help US at all in its outside US. So world order is changing. Next thing is that unknown has returned. So if you again like just compare today from 2 years back, so you didn't think that there was so much unknown, because economy was going to technology was evolving, So everyone thought that we are in control. We are in control of what's going on. But actually, after the pandemic, the distrust has started. We still don't know how the pandemic exactly started. Was it from a lab or was it from an animal? Who was responsible? Nobody knows. Everything is speculation, right? So, and people were, now vaccine has come and it is showing efficient, that okay, it is effective. But before vaccine, nobody had a cure. So everyone was focused, everyone had to decide by themselves. Everybody had to take decisions for themselves. And that means that unknown has returned. You need to take every step consciously. You can't just blindly follow. Yeah. So in this whole scheme of things, if you see that India has done decently well, in fact, very well. If you see, our COVID management has been very effective, isn't it? Compared to other countries, our death toll is less. We have organized in a very efficient way during this time. So, like whenever there was some curfew which was placed or something, almost all the citizens cooperated, right? So that's a good thing. Yeah, and when you see that when countries like US, people were fighting just for simple things like wearing a mask. So people were divided over whether you should enforce wearing a mask or not also. But if you see in India, there was no such complaint. Everybody followed the rules because everyone was looking at the larger picture. So definitely India is a bright spot. Now, if you see at an international level, India's stature has definitely increased. And now if you see, we are even providing vaccines to other countries, which is which is something we should be very proud of. You can brag about this even after 100 years, right? That this was a situation and India came forward to help the world. So that way, India is in a very positive vibe, even though there is pandemic and all. In fact, it has helped India in a lot of ways, to be honest. And if you see, for example, in Indian cricket also, we are doing extremely well. So there is a clear change. If you see, like I grew up seeing Sachin, Ganguly, Dravid and all. And now you see Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Pant, Pandya and all. So this is the other generation. So if you see when Tendulkar, Ganguly were playing, Ganguly being aggressive was such a big change, right? If you see Sachin, Sachin was always like, he used to do his work, but never used to talk much. Dravid was also like that. Even Anil Kumble was also like that. So then Ganguly came, then Dhoni came, now Virat Kohli is leading. And if you see in the current team, every player is like a gem. We are no more relying on 1-2 players, right? So it says something about the bigger picture of the country also. Because see, Indian cricket team, you can enter only if you have talent. And over a period of last 10-15 years, there was infrastructure built and Indians are able to prove the talent. And not just here, but also overseas. So it has set a mood that, okay, something good is achievable. India can achieve something great. So that is there. And if you see, there is also a border security problem, which is even happening right now as we speak. So this has opened eyes of the country to a different reality that, okay, China, okay, it is becoming superpower, but at the same time, it is our neighbor. So it will have ripple effects on us. Whatever happens in China, it's not that we can just ignore. So it is kind of like making people take notice, and whatever is possible in their capacity, people are doing. Especially people in leadership roles, technology roles, administration roles. Everyone is thinking strategically. Now China is on the top. It means that India can also be top in future. So what should we do so that we become top in future? And there is a lot of positive sentiment. If you see, one point I forgot to mention. So the Sensex has crossed 50,000 points, and the whole market is bullish. If you listen to the speech of Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, who is the biggest investor, retail investor in India, he is very, very bullish about how at least next 25 years about India. So these are some of the social trends. Coming to more, one more thing is that there is a rise in nationalism, not just in India, but everywhere else. Everyone is thinking about their country. And then in India, this is leading to a lot of healthy debate, you can say. Yeah, there is also a polarization. It is becoming more and more difficult to be neutral, because a lot of people would like to be on safe side. They would like to be neutral, but situations are coming in such a way in the news that you have to take sides. That is how it is becoming. So polarization is a reality, not just in India, across the world. Yeah, and also if you see, there is a lot of discussion happening around laws. For suppose the agricultural farm laws, yeah, there were protests, but there is also a lot of discussion that has happened around it, like whether it is really useful or not. So that's a very positive sign. Yeah, then there is also this time is also being called as the Indian Renaissance period, as there is an increased focus on ancient Indian traditions, knowledge, science and methods. So to be honest, there is a big political shift which has happened in the country after the current prime minister has taken up. And there is a thinking in the ideology and also like understanding our roots. There was no much focus on this aspect of the country before due to various reasons. But now there are a lot of people who are coming forward and talking about various things which were not discussed, because we were always looking at our country from a Western lens. So now the intellectual people or who are thought leaders in the country, they are emphasizing on thinking from Indian angle. Apart from what West thinks about us, keeping that aside, we should have our own point of view. That point is gaining momentum. And also apart from this, yoga and Ayurveda, organic, sustainable and vegan or vegetarian are in trend right now. So these are the social trends. One second. Yeah, coming to technology trends. See, technology is always one of the most important factors which will change job market. You know, right? So for suppose when electricity came, there was a huge change in the job market, isn't it? When computers came, there was a huge change in how we were working. Now there is massive 4G penetration. Just the simple fact that we are attending this summit today from multiple locations, from different cities, and that too through video, and we are able to use a tool where we are able to mute people, add some people, give some features, all these things. So this consumes a lot of data, and we are almost doing it very seamlessly, right? So why are we able to do this? Because there is a massive 4G penetration at village and town level, which is happening. In fact, I can tell you this because I was in my work itself, I have seen this practically. So previously, before starting SHN, I was working with Paytm, and the challenge we were facing initially was that if you go to tier 2 towns, you couldn't use the app because there was no enough network to use the app. If you want to make a payment at an offline store in a tier 2 city, let's say Kolhapur in Maharashtra, you went for a visit there and you want to buy something at the store. So you have Paytm in your app, but how do you make the payment? If you want to make the payment, you need a reliable internet signal there. And this was a problem when I joined. And by the time I was leaving Paytm, this problem was solved, because the 4G penetration, you can say thanks to Jio and also Airtel, 4G penetration really massively increased. And this has multiple trickle down effects, because if you have a good 4G connection, lot of things become possible. So video calls become very easy. Just imagine 4G was not there and there was pandemic and there was lockdown, and you were in a different city, your parents were in a different city, and you didn't have video call. How would that be? It would be very different, right? So these are the things which are impacting us. In fact, from 2014, the penetration has increased like anything, and the data cost has also reduced. If you see, we used to get 2 GB, 3 GB data for 300, something like that. Now you get daily 1 GB for let's say 120 rupees per month. Daily 1 GB. Even in fact, if you pay 300, you get daily 2 GB. So that's a lot of data. So what do you do with data? You can consume a lot of content. What kind of content you will consume, it's up to you, but definitely you can consume a lot of video content. If you see, video content is being consumed like anything at these days. Then demonetization and following e-commerce and fintech revolution has changed the way we purchase online and offline, and leading to new products and services. If you see now, for conducting this summit, I just created the website and I added a payment button of Razorpay on my website, and it was a matter of a single day. And I just marketed. I didn't come and personally ask anyone to come, please join. You have seen the ad, or you have seen the poster. You went to the website and immediately made the payment. Okay, just if you go 3 years back, you would be thinking a lot to do an online transaction, because you would have been thinking that it might not be so safe. There are so many logistic problems. But now with this 4G and after demonetization, there was a lot of emphasis on digital money. So digital transactions became, at least especially in the younger generation, digital transactions became very, very common. And when you start transacting digitally, you gain confidence that, okay, online is a good space where we can spend money in a trustworthy way. So when you create that trust, you can sell more products. So more types of services can come. So if you see currently the online education market is booming, and online webinar market is booming, market is booming, anything, and lot of services are being provided online, right? So for suppose 4G, Netflix, Amazon Prime, you are able to use it because there is 4G and you are able to do online payment. If you see initially when Ola and Uber came, Uber used to accept only credit cards. Ola used to accept cash also. But if you want to do any transaction with anyone outside country, PayPal was the only way. PayPal or credit card was the only way. And people were not so trustworthy with all these things. But right now, people are confident in spending time and money online. Next thing is that startup culture is coming. Like government is also showing so much interest in startups, and Startup India is there. And there is a lot of buzz around startups, and a lot of youngsters are taking up to startups, and they are daring to start something on their own. Most of them in you can say technology space. And due to this, gig economy is thriving, because generally what happens is that standard startup model is that you create a platform, let people come on that platform, interact with each other, and then so you have supply, you have demand, right? So that gives gig economy. For suppose Ola is like supply and demand. There are drivers, there are passengers, right? For suppose there are teachers, there are students. So that is leading to gig economy. And now due to this, there have a lot of new age companies which have come, which are transforming the customer service or customer experience, you can say. Some of the companies which we can talk are Ola, Uber, Paytm, Flipkart, Amazon, Jio, Swiggy, Zomato, Byju's, White Hat Junior, Vedantu. These are in education sector. Byju's, White Hat, Vedantu, Urban Clap. Like in metros, if you want any service coming from beautician or cleaning or electrician or anything, haircut, Urban Clap is there. Unacademy is for tutors. You get tutors from different fields for your competitive exams. Dream 11 is a gaming company which is even the sponsor of IPL, right? Yeah. And then one more important thing is social media. Till now we have discussed so much, but still we have not mentioned one word about Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, LinkedIn. Now we are talking about social media. These are all social media, right? social media, how it is changing, you must be having a certain idea already. The social media has changed the SME business sector. So Facebook, Instagram ads are changing the way small businesses how they can reach their customers. Advertising is democratized and efficient. Your attention is their currency. So basically now, for suppose even for this event, I marketed it on Instagram and Facebook. So generally, if you see, if you go before 5 years back, if you want to, if you have a product and if you want to sell, how are you going to say? And if you want to sell at the national level, let's say, it was very difficult because let's say you have to create a ad for your product, right? Then after you create that ad, you have to market that ad. So creating an ad itself was a very big thing, because you need a creative head, you need a marketing guy, you need a lot of expertise. Then and it used to cost a lot. And even after you create the ad, then you to promote, you probably have to go to newspapers or you have to go to television. Again, it's a very, what do you say? There are few players, there are few channels which are seen by more people, and they decided how much is the cost. For suppose for a 10 seconds ad on Kaun Banega Karodpati, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs people used to spend, right? Can small businesses spend so much amount? So practically small business scaling to a large level was very difficult, but now it is very easy. If you can just go to Instagram, if you have a right concept, if you have the right concept and there is interest and demand for your product, you can reach some people and you can slowly grow. So definitely advertising is also democratized and it is more efficient. Then now if moving to artificial intelligence is improving day by day. So for artificial intelligence, you need a lot of data. If you have data, you can train the system, showing that data, saying that so basically there are patterns like how we learn by seeing the patterns. Even the machine can learn. That will lead to artificial intelligence. So some of the use cases of artificial intelligence are chatbots. Like if you again go back, you had to talk to a customer care executive. There was a very irritating this caller thing. Press 1, press 2, press 3, and you just need to wait till they mention all the options. Then you need to press. Then they'll say that obviously customer care executive is not there, right? So there were problems. Now with AI can interact with you. It can ask, like, if you, for suppose, let's say you have ordered something on Swiggy and the order has not been delivered yet. So it's been 30 minutes, even it is now it is not delivered. What do you do? You go and you go to chat option in Swiggy, and that will automatically populate some options. What is the issue are you facing? Haven't you received your food yet? Or if you have received the food, is there any problem with your food? Is your package tampered? So this is AI. So it gives you options to it asks you to choose options, and then you have to go, right? So that is one use case. So that is called chatbot. Then voice command. I think almost all of you must be speaking either to Siri or Alexa or Google, right? And it is able to understand what you are saying and respond. For you wanted to listen to a particular song from a particular app, it is able to do it, isn't it? So that way, voice commands, dynamic translation. If you see, if you are posting on Facebook with a certain in your own language, now you would be seeing an option called C translation. So it then and there translates what you spoke in your own language and it shows in the other language. So that this is a huge change because it is increasing your audience reach, isn't it? So if you are speaking in one language, only certain people can be reached. If you speak in a language which is understandable to other people, they'll also be hearing you. So your voice can go to a very big audience through this translation. And if you think, if you see one more important thing, on Netflix, on Amazon Prime and everything, there are subtitles. And subtitles is a very important part. If you see, I remember watching English movies initially in my school days. There were no subtitles, and I never used to get the accent. So I was just seeing the pictures. That's it. And I used to understand from how they are acting and all. But dialogue I never used to understand. But if you now you can just go to Netflix or the Amazon or YouTube. Most of the content has subtitles, and subtitles helps people to understand. For suppose there is an American movie, and an Indian can watch it from here and can understand the actual context, and they can also understand what are those words, how are those words pronounced. So this makes even just movies very learning experience. So if for a person who has interest to learn, like internet is giving so many opportunities. Only thing required is your intent to learn. Yeah. So that's about AI. So software product development has also increased the speed of software development. For suppose to create a certain piece of software, initially it used to take let's say 1 year. Now the same thing we are able to do it in 1 month. Okay. So when I started SHN, my first website, second website, which was an elaborate one, it almost took me 3-4 months to get it done. But the latest version of website, I made it in far lesser time. And the Women's Summit page, I got it done in just 2 days. So you can just imagine how it is improving, because this is also machine learning. So machine is learning how a person will need a website, what kind of such requirements they might have. So like that, it is learning and making it more user friendly. Yeah. Then the content consumption is thriving. OTT content gives you the option to choose what, where, and how you watch. So video recommendation engines designed to give you whatever that will make you spend more time on the platform. Hence, serving existing biases, behaviors and biases. This is leading to polarization all over the world. So if you guys have seen this movie called The Social Network on I think Social Dilemma, it's available on Netflix. So it will tell you how exactly a social media can manipulate you depending upon your behavior. For suppose there is a teenager is rushed by hormones. He's in complete control of the hormones, and social media can manipulate him by understanding this. So that is what is shown in The Social Dilemma. So that so if you like something, see the end goal of the algorithm or of any platform is to make you spend as much time as possible on that platform. So it will give you whatever is required to make you stay on the platform, right? So if you are watching some type of content, its goal is to keep you on the platform. It will throw more content which is like that. So it is a double-edged sword. If you are really smart, you can use this to your advantage. But if you are not so smart, and many are like that, so it will keep throwing you. For suppose you have some hatred towards something, and a video is being shown about that hatred, and you watched it a lot of times. Then what will the algorithm do? It will show you more videos about that hatred. Then what will happen? Your biases will be more increased, and that is the core reason of the polarization you are seeing across the world today. Even if you see, US is polarized like anything. So there are hardcore Trump supporters and there are hardcore Trump haters, right? And so that is how we are evolving. Yeah. And then you can work with positive trends are that you can work with people around the globe sitting at home, thanks to tools like LinkedIn, Zoom, Google Meet, etc. And one more trend which is happening is that extreme aversion to any unnecessary commutes. People are not liking to commute, especially for work. If I have to travel, it should be a joy for a vacation, or I should voluntarily travel because I want to. not because I am forced to travel. So people are very averse to commuting. And then a lot of work is happening on just chat. WhatsApp has revolutionized messaging. So if you see that, I am sitting in one place and I'm talking to multiple team of my team members spread across different cities. And most of my conversations happen over a chat. And I just make sure that I'm as clear as possible so that they have clarity on what needs to be done. So if I am able to communicate that, work is happening. So I'm physically present somewhere, and just through chatting, I am able to make things move. So that is an advantage. Next thing is that digital marketing awareness and skill must to build a business or brand in current times. So for suppose if you want to do a business or show, you have something to show, how are you going to do? Are you going to go to a mall and be there? How many people are going to come to the mall? And even if they come to the mall, how many people will pass by you? And how many of them will actually pay attention to you? Right? So these are all questions. So if you go to digital media, digital marketing and all, you can all do all these things sitting at home. Right? So you can use Google. You can create a website and do search engine optimization so that whenever someone is searching on Google for a particular product, which you are also offering, it comes in their search. Then you can have your brand page on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and you can communicate with your customers on Facebook and Instagram. In fact, Facebook, Instagram gives you various tools where you can clearly explain what your product is, where your office is, how much does it cost. All these things you can clearly put it on Facebook, and it interacts with the customer on behalf of you. So the digital marketing is like awareness is like compulsory, right? And next thing is that ability to unlearn, relearn, and adapting to new situations is a great currency. So you have seen that if you really don't know tomorrow what is going to happen. Is this true or not? Just think about it. Tomorrow, what is going to happen? You really don't know, right? So there is a lot of unpredictability. So you have to be on your toes. You have to be ready to learn new things. You should also be ready to unlearn old things. And in fact, I know a lot of middle-aged professionals who are feeling the pressure because they're not able to unlearn, because they thought I got into a comfort zone and they don't want to come out of comfort zone now. So now the situation is in such a way that if you are not coming out of your comfort zone, you are definitely going to lose big time. Yeah, and you have to adapt to new situations, new technology. For suppose, let's say your new office completely is on Zoom, and you are not ready to learn Zoom. Would you be a good employee for your organization? Yeah. So that's about it. Next, ability, personal development, training, and coaching industries are picking up. So because when there is a lot of unknown at the end, there is accountability on you for your success, isn't it? When there is everything is stable, you can push it on others. But when there is unknown, you know that you need to do things. Then only it will happen. So when it is about you, personal development is going to play a huge role, because if you want to grow, personal development is the way. So personal development is booming in a lot of ways, and the number of people who are consuming personal development content is huge these days, and there are a lot of training and coaching. There is a lot of training and coaching happening in personal development, and I being from that industry, I can clearly see a lot of buzz. In fact, if you know that there are thousands of trainers who are doing online activities, whom I know of. Then online counseling support groups are also thriving on Facebook. So I am part of a few international groups which talk about self-awareness, growth mindset, emotional intelligence, and people discuss the personal questions they ask, and people discuss in a very genuine way. Yeah, so this is also a new phenomenon. And they're connecting with people anywhere in the world has never been easier than now. You can literally connect with anyone. It's based on your talent, how you are going to, what you are going to do after connecting with them. But connecting is very, very, very easy now. So that's about it. See, we have covered social, economic, technological, business, and market trends. Now, based on this discussion, I would love to see how panel discusses the jobs situation. So, handing it over to you, Rajani.
Yes, thanks, Sainath. That was quite an interesting discussion about various market trends at the moment. I think most of the panel discussion speakers have joined in. We are waiting for a couple of more to join in so that we can start the panel discussion as soon as possible.
Yes, I think Karuna tried to call me. So give me a second. Let me see.
I think Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri is here. And Mala Shivaprasad is also here. Mehjabeen is here. Maybe till the time Sainath connects with Karuna, I would like to invite speakers to probably share any one or two incidents of your interaction with any strong personality in your life, any strong personality, a lady whom you have met and whom you admire. Would you like to share some of your stories? Any of the participants? You can unmute and speak about any of the incidents where you have admired someone, any lady whom you have met who has been a source of inspiration for you.
Looks like it's going to take a few some time for Karuna. We can continue with the discussion with the rest of the panel. She'll join.
Yes, Mehjabeen was sharing something with us, so we thought we'll just listen to her.
Okay, so just a quick one. When I started my career in HR, it was pretty coincidentally that I started off in HR. Just that I'd gone to search for a job for myself, and they said that you're such a lively person that you should join the company, and we'll teach you everything. And they said me, what is recruitment all about? I said, I don't know too much, but as a job seeker, I know that the right person in the right time at the right place should be used for the right productivity. This is the only thing I know, and I don't know anything else. And that's where my journey began. I was reporting to the founder director of the organization. She was a lady from the hospitality industry. And that is where I learned, as you know, how important client servicing is, the value of customer service, your commitment, and the way we had a follow-ups. And she picked me up and said, no, we have to make things turn around, and it has to work in our favor. And that was one person that inspired me. She used to have no for a breakfast. You could never go to her taking an excuse saying that this cannot happen because this is the reason or whatever, and she could tear you apart in pieces. But today, when I look back after 15 years, when I look back at that career, whatever I am today, I think she has sowed the seed for me being whatever level of professionalism or whatever that I have learned in talent acquisition and talent management is because of her. And today, on this day of World Women's Day, I would like to thank her. Her name is Miss Mariam Frederick, and she was the owner of Resource Management Group, which was a talent acquisition organization way back in 1999. Today she settled in Canada, but I do not miss to wish her on all special occasions. And this was my bit of telling her thank you, that she's always been inspiring in every walk of my life, especially where my professional work is concerned. So that's one lady that I've always been admired, and I've always been inspired by. of course, a lot of other women are there. Nobody's lesser than, anybody else.
Yes.
But yeah, she's the one who has always been an inspiration for me.
Nice. Nice to hear that. Very nice. Thank you very much. Very
Thank you.
great. Good to hear that. Anyone else would like to share any of your stories? Would like to thank someone, thank any lady who's been a part of your beautiful journey so far?
This is Sharada. Can I share mine?
Yes, of course, Sharada. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. As of now, I'm not working. I'm just a homemaker. But I just wanted to share one of the best person whom I met, and she inspired me a lot. She's my husband's school headmaster. Her name is Sitama teacher. They usually call her. Usually, I'm into like a lot of, I read a lot of books. I'm always into the book stuff. When coincidentally, once when I met her, after getting married, I just lose this contact with the books, and I left it over, being busy with the kids and all. When I coincidentally met her, I just happened to visit her home, and she's a retired. She's aged almost 85 plus right now, and she's a retired teacher. When I met her again, I got an inspiration. Every corner of the home, you can find all sort of books. For few books, I was searching since few years to get those books, but I was unable to get in the Amazon or any sites or any place wherever I go in the crossword or anything else. But when it came, when I met her and when I saw her, I constantly found many books which I was searching since years. And later on, by seeing her and her interest towards books, I just, every corner, it's a duplex house, every corner of the house, it's like a library. Every corner of the house will find some sort of book. Many people, when I had a conversation with her, I just heard that many people come from the foreign countries to study over the books and prepare the documentary, and usually they visit her home. And few books which I was searching, I also found those, but she didn't give me. She asked me to take a photocopy of that and take it. That's it, ma. But I can't give you these books because I'm preserving this from many years and I'm storing this all the stuff. And it's like a great inspiration. Now I'm I'm just in a plan of taking a small interview with her so that I can use in my blog so that I can share about her books, interest towards books and the stuff. As being a homemaker, I'm just preparing a blog regarding the books and which books to read and what sort of things. Along with the books, I just wanted to add on her interview so that it is going to be inspiration for many more. At the age of 85, still she had a lot of interest towards books. And since few years, when I met her, from then onwards, I never missed a chance to say thank you to her, because I was again, by seeing her, I was back into books again. And it is such an inspirational one. Means every damn book we can find in our home. After the meeting, if you want me to share our books, means our home books, I would like to share our books.
Definitely. After the meeting, we would love to have a conversation with you, with more information on her. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you so much. And her son is also from our age-old epics. He gathers information and he links to our current law and prepare this law books. He usually writes over that. And for him also, she's the inspiration to do that. And I on this occasion, I would like to thank her so much. And it's been pleasure meeting her, and she's always a role model for me. And thank you for this opportunity to share her name over this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's
so nice. We all look up to some women in our life. We all look up to someone, in various fields, be it relationships, career, or even for that matter, to get strength, mental strength sometimes. You never know who helps us out at what stage. And it's always nice to take out their names once in a while. And probably this is the forum when that can happen. It's nice to know that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks, Sharada. Let me just find out if all our panel members have joined so that we can start the panel discussion. Sainath, I think I can see Mala, Sadhana, and Karuna has joined.
Karuna will be joining late. With rest of the panel, you can start. Namita is also available. Namita, can you switch on your video? Is that possible?
Namita, Rashmi Rani.
Rashmi is yet to join, but you can start the discussion, I guess.
Rashmi will join in 5-10 minutes. I spoke to her. She's coming.
Okay, so I think Karuna and Rashmi will be here in some time, right?
Yeah.
And Namita has joined in.
I guess because the timing is, I think, around 3. Probably people they want to join at around 3.
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Yes,
Then probably
maybe.
we should wait for them.
Yeah, I think you have mentioned 3, so
Yeah.
another 5 minutes more.
Yeah.
I think someone else can say few things about the women in their life.
Yes.
Yep. Can I go?
Share it? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I would like to talk about my earlier managers. So I'm in the software industry, in the world of technology. I've done various roles. And in my role as a program manager, I had this manager, Natalie Davis Wingfield, an amazing lady. Oh man, she's inspiration and motivation. She's my hero. One amazing thing about her is excellent, clear communication. Okay. And she's very assertive. Without offending or hurting anybody, she communicates on what needs to be delivered. She's such a genuinely warm and kind person, even though she's a boss, head of program management, head for, the entire division of all programs. You should see the amazing kindness, warmth when she treats people in the different projects. I learned a lot from her. Okay, and how a woman carries herself with grace, make sure the projects are delivered on time, deals with, let's say, delays, conflicts, amazing way. So I would really like to say thanks to her and say, you're my hero. I still continue to look up to you, and whenever I face situations, I think how she might handle the situation, and that's how I try to solve the different challenging situations that I face in my work life. Thank you. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you.
चलो तो give me the headphone ना.
Which one? वो बड़ा वाला?
जो इसके अंदर जाएगा, कोई इसमें नहीं है अपने पास जेल प्लग.
तेरा वाला किधर का डब्बे वाला?
Has Namita joined in? Deepthi?
Hi, good afternoon. I am on. I'll just probably need like few more minutes because I was also prepared for 3 o'clock. So just give me a few more minutes, please.
Sure.
పారాగ్లైడింగ్ మనం చేయలేదని చూసినాం కదా.
Dhruva, please come in. Okay. Raina, can we start with the speakers who have already joined in?
Yes, please go ahead.
I think Karuna will be late, but Rashmi is here.
Yeah, Mehjabeen has sent a message saying she has some internet issue. She'll be joining in 2 minutes.
No, I've already joined in.
Okay, that's great.
I've joined from myself.
Okay. Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri is here, and Mala Shivaprasad is here. Is Namita here?
Hi. Yes. Can you see me?
Yes. Hi, Namita. Hi.
Hi. Hi, Rajani. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you too. It's Rashmi here. I'm just waiting for Rashmi and Karuna. I think Karuna's mentioned that she'll be late, so probably we'll take her questions in the end, but probably once Rashmi joins, we can start off. Yes. Hi, Rashmi.
I think she has not yet joined.
She has just joined. Hi, Rashmi, are you here?
Her audio is not on. I think so.
Okay. I think she's just joined.
Yeah, she has joined.
Yeah. Hi, Rashmi.
Hey, Niharika.
Hi, Rashmi, you're here? Yes, hi. So I think we'll start off with the panel discussion since most of the members have joined in. Karuna has just sent a message that she'll be a little late. So I guess we'll start off with the distinguished speakers, whoever has, is already here now. I'm very happy to say that we have, speakers with various backgrounds from various fields. And it's very nice to have such a diverse background because we can get to know what's happening in various fields across the industry. And the objective of this panel discussion is basically to bring an overall situation of the job prospects among various women professionals, in the market, be it in the field of technology or digital marketing or recruitment, healthcare, wellness, etc. So let's start off with the panel discussions. I would like to introduce Rashmi Rani, who's marketing strategist, Google. Rashmi's motto in life is be the best version of yourself. She has designed various marketing strategies for organizations like Walmart, eBay, McDonald's, etc. She's a lover of adventure sports. Our next panelist is Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri, who's a retired Indian Navy officer. She's a motivational speaker, transformational leadership coach. She's also Mrs. India Worldwide Pride of the Nation 2019. And she's also the founder of Infinite Ripples. Welcome, Sadhana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We've already heard Mala Shivaprasad a little earlier, but I would like to formally invite and introduce her to all of you. She's product manager with Nokia. She's got 25 long years of experience in the technological space. I guess a space which most women, tread waringly. She's a fitness freak, an avid cyclist, certified yoga instructor, and a trekker. And we have Namita Depe with us, who's AVP Investments, Avendus Capital. She's an IIM Calcutta alumni. Welcome, Namita.
Hi, thank you.
We have Mehjabeen Shajid, sorry. We got an opportunity to listen to her earlier too. Again, a formal introduction. She's head business HR, Vistar International, President, Maharashtra Work Council. She also leads Global Trainers Academy as a project lead. She strongly believes that HR is an evolving role and has huge potential to become business owners of the organization. Welcome, Mehjabeen.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we would like to start off with Rashmi, who is in the field of digital marketing and who's a marketing strategist with Google. Hello, Rashmi. So the first question to you would be, what are the different types of jobs?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So what are the different types of jobs for women in the digital marketing and digital ecosystem space?
Rajani, I lost you for a bit. Will you be able to please repeat that?
Sure. What are the different types of jobs for women in the digital marketing and digital ecosystem space?
Sure, thank you. So first of all, I would like to say that, having spent now nearly a little more than 3 years in the digital marketing space, the roles for men and women are alike. Like, this is a field which is evolving, growing, and there are no roles which, would have a disparity per se. Having said that, I would like to give a background of how the digital ecosystem usually looks like and what are the jobs that are out there. So if like in the digital marketing, there are 3 core entities. If we will talk about, say, there would be an organization who would want to market for themselves, who would be a brand. Then there would be a marketing agency who this company can hire based on their size. And then there are these platform owners, for example, Google, Facebook, InMobi, and so on and so forth. So there are these 3 different kind of entities which are present. And, so the roles accordingly based on your own choice would be based out of either one of these 3 entities. So if we talk about a brand, they would have, say, a regional head, a regional marketing head, or a global marketing head. They would have a digital marketing manager. They can also have a social marketing manager nowadays because social marketing is very much in digital space. And they would have say a platform marketing manager. For example, there would be a different Google marketing manager, and there would be a different Facebook marketing manager, and so on. So this is how it is. If we talk about a brand, if we talk about agencies deal with multiple organizations, and so one agency can have an account manager, an account strategist who would be dealing with, say, multiple clients. And similarly, even a platform can have, say, a product specialist role or account manager role. So account manager would look at, say, managing accounts similar to what an agency would do, but a product specialist would look at evolution of the certain product. So if we talk about the space, this is how it broadly looks like. And like I was just doing a brief research before we had this panel discussion, and what I found out was that gender disparity in digital marketing is quite less when compared to gender disparity in the other industries if we talk today. And I think the challenges that we face if we talk about how a job would be different for a person who is a male versus a female. Like, honestly, I have not seen women at no rank. Like, for example, at Google, we have women rather have seen more female leaders also. We have the APAC head, who is a woman. APAC head is the global head for apps marketing, which is a huge vertical for Google, is a lady. So there are no roles per se today which might be different for a female or male. Rather, I would say that the qualities that we bring to the table, which are inherent, which are kind of stereotyped to women. For example, us being creative or us being empathetic. I think these are just to name a few, which are being stereotyped to be called specific to women. These are rather our I would say strengths in this field, because we have to think creative, we have to be on our toes.
Actually, there is slight static in your voice. Can you just mute, unmute or something so that static goes?
Sure. Are you able to hear me better?
I think this is slightly better. Yeah, continue.
Sure. Yeah. So I was just mentioning, in the digital ecosystem, based on what an interest of women is, I think we have the opportunities are endless, and as I said, it doesn't require any quality which a woman would not have. So that is what I would like to end this with.
Rajani, you are on mute.
Unmute, Rajani.
Sorry. So we have Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri here next. Thank you, Rashmi. I thanked you, but I think you were on mute. So yeah. So Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri, there are so many questions I would like to ask you. I'm wondering whether to start off from the beauty pageant or from the defense background. So probably
Let's start with defense.
Yes.
Defense, because that's my background.
Pride of our nation. So
pride, yes.
So what are the different types of jobs for women in defense? I'm talking about both combat and non-combat sectors.
Okay. So both in the combat and non-combat sectors, it's open now for women, whether it is Army, Navy, or Air Force, and they're opening up in a very big way. The transition is quite remarkable, and recently in 2019, there was the Supreme Court verdict wherein women officers were allowed to serve further for say 20 years or more as permanent commission officers, and until then it was only short service. And we could all feel that sort of a discrimination. We felt that there is discrimination in the way that many things were there was parity in the kind of pay we were drawing, but definitely many of us also wanted to go out there and explore the sea and do certain tasks which only were only male officers were allowed. So there was sort of a glass ceiling, and of course we were well treated and everything, but we just wanted to break that glass ceiling, and women just wanted to go out there, maybe fly as a fighter pilot, or go fight there in the front lines and things like that. So that wasn't allowed. But to start with, we have now women in combat roles like flying as observers, and also maybe in the army there are people, women officers employed in forward areas, maybe not directly facing the enemies, but definitely out there as support. That one. And non-combatant, there are plenty, like there are education officers, ATC, air traffic control branch, there is logistic branch, there is naval architect, there's basically this. In the Air Force, there's air technical as well, open for women, and of course pilots in, say, the helicopters, pilots in the fighter aircrafts, like we know Abni Chaturvedi and the other two women officers were the first to take up that role. And yes, it's remarkable how things in the armed forces are changing so rapidly, and things are shaping up so beautifully that slowly and steadily the glass ceiling is being broken. And I think the time is not very far when we would have women officers as chiefs of the armed forces, like some of the powerful armed forces like US and all are having. So I just hope and just wait to see that day come in our country as well. And it is happening. This government is really supporting, and the thing women are also taking up. They're willing. They just want to go up there, and they don't hesitate to take up those roles. So things are changing, and yes, it's very bright.
Okay. Okay, nice to hear that. Nice to hear the change is happening somewhere. It's great to know that. Thank you, Sadhana. We have Mala Shivaprasad. I have introduced her earlier. She's product manager with Nokia. Mala, my question to you would be, what are the different jobs available for women in the technical sector, in the technological space? And probably what are the skills required for these kind of jobs?
Thanks, Rajani. Before I start answering the question right away, I will say a few words about technology evolution. And in this, I will try to introduce the different aspects of technology, the opportunities, and what skills you need for each of these. I hope I will try to take just 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. First thing, I think if the question is technology, what kind of technology for women? I think we are phrasing the question itself wrong. I would like to change it a little. Technology is for everyone. Everyone can work on technology. You could be man, woman, gay, lesbian, doesn't matter. You can work in all areas of technology. Having said that, I will start with a simple example, our mobile phone. So 20 years ago, it was GSM, that is 2G. So it was a luxury item where, the phones were this big and you would have a nice belt or a pouch where you showed it off by carrying it on your waist, right? And then you probably didn't have data then. Then we evolved into enhanced GSM where you did get some data for 8 kbps and so on, right? And it cost a lot. And then we moved to 3G. Our politicians already knew 3G with its data. It has a lot of value with all the scams they did. And then 4G, as Sainath had indicated, right? So in India, we have 4G with Jio, Airtel, Vodafone, and that opened a lot of avenues in terms of business, communication, being reachable, connected. The rest of the world has moved to 5G, which gives you even more higher speeds, and you have even more new applications that are opening up. For example, Sainath in his opening address, he spoke about AI, machine learning, data mining, data engineering, data analytics, robotics. So 5G opens up all these avenues with the 5G technology in terms of bandwidth, ultra reliability, low latency communication, nice jargons to use, IoT. Then you have Industry 4.0, which is again, automation in the industry. So all these avenues open up with technology. Even for the simple example for this conversation that we are having, if you're connected to this platform via mobile, you have mobile technology there. If via your laptop or desktop, you have ADSL, broadband technology there. So you can work in mobile technology or you can work in this broadband technology. And then your device itself is a technology entity, right? So you've connected via mobile means it has Android, which is again a software. that was developed by a set of software developers. Then the Zoom app, again, developed by a lot of software engineers, right? So you have the Zoom app for the laptop, you have Zoom app for Android, and so on. So each of these are different areas that you can work on. Now, with 5G coming in, we are looking at applications such as, let's say, a remote village in India. There is a little child or a patient that needs treatment, but doctor cannot go there. So with 5G, the doctor can see what's happening, and with robots, perform this intricate surgery. So now each of these has different technology areas. So artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence is what we as technology developers build intelligence into this machine, right? So you put these decision-making abilities so that based on the input that this computer or device is receiving, it starts taking decisions and actioning, doing it without our human intervention. That's an area one. Then machine learning. What is machine learning? So again, Sainath was talking about chatbots and what is that? Recognition, voice recognition, so on. So what is this? Machine learning is when our machine, right? We program it to understand the input data patterns. And based on these data patterns, it tries to match with some other data pattern that it has been taught. Okay, so this is machine learning. Then you have data mining or data analysis. So if you've gone to a travel website and searched for some hotel, right? So then when you're searching another page, you get these ads. So this is what data analysis is all about. So you have these back-end engines which take your data, try to analyze what it is, and it keeps feeding you such data. Now, this does not happen automatically. You have humans working behind, developing the software and technology to make all these happen. Okay. So what I would like to say is that if you want to be in the technology world, basic degree is STEM, science, engineering, mathematics. A basic degree in engineering is required. Then you specialize in each of these areas. So these are, say, AI, robotics. Unlike my time when I was a youngster doing my graduation, you just had electronics or telecommunication, and that's it. You had the degree, you knew some programming, you had a job. Now it's a little more enhanced. It's very complex. So these are specialized areas that you need to learn. So youngsters who want to make a career in this area, so you need to have a degree in one of these. So if you see, go to LinkedIn and look at advertisements from Amazon or Google. They ask you an engineering degree or degree in mathematics, degree in statistics. It is just for analysis of all this data. Okay, this is one thing. The other thing what we need to know is programming, some programming language. So my time was, you knew C, Fortran, there you go. But now you have a plethora of languages, Python, Perl, Java. Then for AI, you have NLP and, several other languages. Then if you want to work in all these, data collection is huge. If you see Google and Amazon, their basic aim is to, collect data from us. We use their platform. They are continuously learning from us. Probably they know a little more about you and me than we know about ourselves, right? So what is happening? They have these platforms where they analyze our data. They are huge platforms, servers are running on, let's say, a cloud entity. So these are, again, areas that, you can work on in a technology, right? Where everything is moving to a cloud. So you need to learn about how this cloud works. What are the cloud platforms, software that is available for us to develop? So you have all these different platforms to learn. Some of them are taught in your engineering, some are certificate courses, or some are even free that you can learn on LinkedIn or Coursera and so on. Okay, and of course, this is, you develop technology. Then there are others who use the technology. Okay, so that is people like us who use this technology, and we have these calls, or you use, let's say, an application on your phone to collect payments from your customers and so on, like Paytm. So technology has opened avenues for growth everywhere. So saying that, I will stop now, and thank you for listening to this.
Very nice, Mala. Thanks a lot for sharing so much of information. I'm sure young aspirants wanting to join this industry will definitely have a lot to take away from all the wonderful speakers who are here. The next speaker who's with us is Namita Tepe, who's AVP Investments, Avendus Capital. Hi, Namita.
Hi.
So, Namita, what are your thoughts on diversity in the space of finance? Because there are more men than women in the space, I feel, somewhere, other than, of course, the banking sector, which is, I think, predominantly, almost equal, I guess. But most of the other sectors, I guess it's more males than females. So what are your thoughts on it?
Sure, certainly. And firstly, congratulations on this amazing summit. I think it's absolutely the need of the hour today. And I'm really happy and feel privileged to be a part of it. So congratulations, Sainath, Rajani, Niharika, Deepthi, and the entire team at StrongHuman Network.
Thank you.
Really happy to be here and share my thoughts. So Rajani, you actually said it quite aptly, right? Because financial sector itself, the domain is so large, you cannot actually pinpoint whether, the gender diversity balance is okay, or is it subpar, or is it very good? You cannot, have a definitive answer to that, right? So because if you look at the domain of the financial sector itself, right, you have right from your retail banking, you have your retail NBFC, and then you have, on the corporate side, you have corporate banking. And then when it comes to investment banking that I'm a part of, right, over there also the spectrum is quite broad, because, you have your public markets, all your equities and debt instruments that are, publicly traded. And then you have your private markets, which is essentially these kind of financial instruments, but then, you're primarily dealing with privately held companies, right? So the space is quite broad. And for me personally, I have had the experience of working in the investment banking domain. And this is, across both the public market side as well as the private side. And currently, I am with Avendus Capital, where we work with marquee consumer internet startups, which is primarily on the private side, right? So I will, restrict my observations to the investment banking side. And over here, what I would say is that traditionally we've seen, very few women, right? Because the historical perception of the sector has been, it's very cutthroat, super competitive. You need to, in addition to hardworking, you probably have to be very, manipulative, or, it's probably, the only exposure that, we as Indians, we've had to the spaces, whatever we've seen in like foreign movies, etc., especially after the 2008 crisis, right? So we see a very glamorized and honestly a very different side of what it actually is. And so yeah, currently, I mean, there are very few women, either, whether you talk about it at the entry level, and of course, there are very few women leaders in the space. Having said that, I feel that the environment is changing. Organizations are increasingly recognizing the importance of diversity and focusing on it as well as implementing it. Here, I should mention, the founding of WIN PE Development Forum by a very dynamic and inspiring leader, Ms. Nupur Garg. She was the regional lead for South Asia at IISC, which is International Finance Corporation. She has been very instrumental in educating organizations on the importance of diversity and also helping them think through how to implement it. And on the other hand, equipping women with the right skills to, enter and be successful in the sector. Okay. The other thing about diversity in the financial sector is that, it flows from the top of the funnel, which is, your MBA graduates, so to speak, right? And how many girls actually get to join these MBA institutes and thereafter join the financial services sector and then continue and build long-term careers in the sector, right? So I would, summarize by saying three things. One is that the financial services sector is a very large domain. Some subsectors have a higher percentage of women, like you mentioned. So, you'll probably see more women in, retail banking, retail NBFC, corporate side, etc. While some other subsectors have traditionally been male dominated and are only now beginning to, see more of diversity coming in, right? And within investment banking and the world of investments, yes, it is a high priority agenda across every financial organization today. And not just in an idealistic way, we are also looking at it with a real path to implementation, right? And thirdly, I feel it's more of an ecosystem approach, right? With colleges firstly recognizing it. I mean, you've heard of MBA institutes actively looking to diversify the student base, to increase the percentage of women that get admission into these colleges. And then there are these industry forums which help both individuals and organizations accomplish this objective, right? So having said that, I would firstly like to take a step back and understand why bother about diversity in the first place, right? So suppose I am a founder of a company, right, and I need my work to get done, and I don't care if a girl does it or a guy does it, right? So why think about diversity, and why think about focusing on implementing it, right? So let's firstly let's look at the definition of work itself. To me, work is nothing but it's a never-ending cycle of A, prioritizing, and B, chasing efficiency. There are literally only two truths about work. One is that it never ends. It's been 7 years and counting right now, but I've never found my to-do list empty, right? So, I mean, tasks are always piling on, and every day it's just a struggle of what needs to get done right now versus what can wait another day. Okay. And the other truth about work is that it can always be done faster, right? So other than the time that you're sleeping, or you're just chilling and watching Netflix, you're working all the time. You're working in the kitchen, you're working for your kids, you're working professionally, you're working on yourself, you're working all the time, right? And women, by nature of our existence, right, we have to juggle and implement both prioritization and efficiency many more times in a day than men. Okay, so a typical 24-hour period in an average woman's life looks very different from a 24-hour period of that of an average man, right? So for example, my mother, she's been working for 35 years plus now with an insurance company. In addition to that, she's also been helping my father throughout in his business for 20 plus years. She has taken care of my entire education and upbringing. She has taken care of the food at home. She has taken care of the investments of the family income, and she has juggled all of these complex tasks. And literally today, I do not know a more clinical planner than her in my life, right? So this is what I think as to what women bring to an organization, right? By and large, with more women in an organization, you will see a better productivity and better prioritization and better efficiency, right? And without the bias of, say, hey, I'm a woman, so I'm going to raise my voice for women issues. I truly believe that, we should have more women in the workforce.
Yes, definitely. Totally agree with you, Namita. Thank you, Namita. We now move to Mehjabeen Shajid, who heads business HR at Vistar International. Hi, Mehjabeen.
Hi.
Hi. So, Mehjabeen, my first question to you would be, how has the HR and training industry changed post-pandemic? Have you noticed any significant changes?
Yes, change has always been a very significant part of learning as well as work. Pandemic has actually given us an opportunity to think.
Mehjabeen, I think your voice is echoing.
Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, now it's better.
Okay, so basically what I mean to say was that, yes, over a period of time and during pandemic, job as well as training has evolved very drastically. One is basically people have now understood that technology is the need of the hour, right? To the generation next, Okay, so now we are when we talk of Generation Z, or even the Generation Y, now we are understanding the how they are embracing technology, right? How we are going to teach them, how they are going to learn, how they are going to work. So basically, because of that, yes, there is a paradigm shift in the way people are working, in the way people are learning, in the way people are upskilling and reskilling themselves. Yes, there is a paradigm shift which has definitely happened. Today, the perspective of individual has changed. Okay, the pandemic, people losing their jobs, retrenchments happening, long working hours, people have now realized that they have to come out of their comfort zone. As you rightly said, that clinical planning of everything, your daily work, your daily juggling of home and work has become an integral part of every person's life, whether you are a man or a woman. Today when I'm doing some house chores, my husband also jumps in and says, okay, I'll do something, because then we are able to divide our professional work into different streams. Same thing goes with my kids. So every person in the house today owns a laptop or an electronic device, so that they don't disturb each other. Right from your education to entertainment, everything has moved on to internet and onto laptop. It has become more personalized. Yes, and I'm seeing that. And of course, there is a lot of gap that has been created during the pandemic. Okay, so there is a lot of job gap that has been created. We always had a skill gap any which ways in India, which we were trying to do, fill it up with the skill development programs. But because of the pandemic, the tier two, or I would say the more educated people, even the graduates, postgraduates, and even the experts in their own, field, have come into the circle of, the skill gap, right? And it's this gap is just going to be expanding, because people who have skills may lack on technology, and people who are on technology may lack on skills, right? So of course, jobs paradigm has changed a lot. Okay, and it is not restricted to become a gender bias job role. Absolutely, at least in my perspective, I would not probably hire a male or a female to do my work. I would rather hire a person who has the competencies to do the work in that particular time frame, right? And because of this gap, because of this gap which has been increasing over a period of time, I think the inclusion, every organization has to become an inclusive organization where they're giving opportunities to everyone. you know Jobs cannot be distinct by saying that you've done a full-time MBA from a premium institute. Today even Oxford has been giving an online training program, to that extent. So how will you justify this? So this year has definitely been, everything has become online. So discriminating a person that you've done a job and you've done a qualification in distant learning, or through online courses, will be the thing of the past in the next few years. That's how it is. So yes, of course, I see a paradigm shift in jobs as well as in the training programs, right? Today I can go take up master classes and then decide whether I want to take up a class or not. I have a lot of other players in the market, who are offering me training programs. Oxford, Harvard opened their doors for free learning over a period of time. Google opened up for a lot of free resources. But Indians, or rather I would say citizens or learners or knowledge takers, did not realize that they were compromising big time on a lot of things, which they have actually bargained in exchange of the knowledge that they have taken, right? One of them has been the data that they have been sharing. So now, because of artificial intelligence, the moment you breathe, people, I think you don't even know, unknown people in the world would know that you're breathing. So this is one big shift that has happened because of technology. And yes, and of course, a lot of other things that have taken place. So yes, the job market and the training as an industry has really taken up a different leap altogether during the pandemic. So this is what I would like to, say right now.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mehjabeen.
you.
Thank you. We now move on to round two, where we would like to have one more round of questions with all our speakers. So we start with Rashmi again. So Rashmi, what are the skills required by women to, excel in the field, in this field, maybe marketing or in the field of digital marketing? And is there something a woman can do to enter, an aspiring woman can do to enter the digital marketing space? What are the skills required for her?
Sure. Thank you, Rajani. Thanks for the question. So I would like to give you a brief background before I start this. I was in the consulting industry, in management consulting for around 3 years, and that is when I decided that, hey, I have learned a lot. I know what consulting is in and out about, but then I really want to explore something that is dynamic, and that's when I decided that I should try something in digital marketing, because marketing is a space that excites me. And then the role of Google came across, and I applied for it, having absolutely zero experience or knowledge about the field. So first of all,
can you talk without your AirPods, because I think it is creating the static.
Sure, I will try that.
Yeah, without AirPods directly.
So I've switched off the AirPods. Is it better?
Much better. Much better.
Very clear.
Okay.
Yeah, very clear.
That's great to hear. Thank you. So yes, so as I was saying, so I had absolutely zero experience in digital marketing or even knowledge of marketing, but then I was excited about the space and I applied for the role, and got it. But then the things that went right is what I would like to share with everyone. And this is irrespective of whether we are a male or a female. These are certain things which we all should have in mind when we are thinking about digital marketing. First of all, the transferable skills matter more than the non-transferable skills or the skills that you can learn on the job. Because the product itself is evolving every day. As Mala ma'am just mentioned, we had 2G, 4G, 5G, and then we don't know what next. We know that we have these many, every day we have new applications evolving. So the hunger to learn, something new every day is what digital marketing is basically about, and that is a skill, that is a transferable one, which if you want to learn, if you want to grow, this is the space for you. Now, what are the but then what can you actually do to make the to impress, for example, your possible employer? And I think, as Mehjabeen ma'am mentioned, there are a lot of free resources today. Every company, organization has a lot of free resources. Similarly, Google also has, Facebook also has. And these resources are quite comprehensive and give the basics of digital marketing. If anyone, even a layman, can understand how the industry works and what is happening right now. So I can just name a few. For example, Think with Google. Even anyone can subscribe at any point of time. Or if we talk about Skillshop, we have a lot, many publications like eMarketer. So these are certain trends which, if anyone is interested in digital marketing, should certainly follow. And just by having a glance at that, they can make themselves relevant to the industry. Now I'm talking about the transferable skills. One thing I already mentioned, which is your hunger to learn something new every day, but also the person should be very comfortable with change. And that is something which is not with everyone. We know that, and it's a personality type, it's a personality choice, that you have to be very comfortable with the product, changing overnight, some policy changing overnight, some new product coming up, and be very open-minded. Another quality that is really needed is, to challenge what is happening right now. Because technology in itself, it grows because we challenge what is happening today. For example, Apple challenged what was happening, and then they created products which were future ready. So even for a person who is in digital marketing, has to challenge that, okay, if they are doing something today, why not in a certain way? Even and if we talk about strategizing, marketing strategizing is similar to any other business strategizing. And things that we are doing today, if any company continues to do that, they will be getting the same results, right? If they are making, let's say, X profit today, they will be making the same profit. If they don't challenge that status quo and think about what can they do better to be relevant tomorrow. So these are certain skills which are kind of needed for any individual who would want to be relevant in the digital marketing space, in the digital marketing industry. If we talk about specifically, I think I briefly mentioned this in the previous answer, about how a woman how a male and a female, how we are different and how we can leverage that. So we are like, I think, there is a certain way that we are supposed to represent ourselves, in a corporate world. For example, women always, we have a lot of study around how women shy away from dressing up how they would actually want to, because, they would be perceived in a different way. Or how they would, not want to, for example, compliment each other, because that is not considered, for example, very professional. So I think these are certain stereotypes which are there. But then, by being ourselves, by bringing those skills actually to the forefront, that hey, let's be ourselves, let's be what we are, not shying away from speaking our mind, not shying away from being the personality that you are. These are the skills which are also very important in digital marketing. To be what you are, to speak your voice, to be the female, to bring the female aspect to the space, because you are bringing diversity, and just letting the employer know that, hey, with me on the team, with me being on the team, you will get, so for example, a different opinion of a female who has come from a tier 2 city, because you don't have that. Or you might have the voice of a mother of two. You might have that perspective when you're designing any strategy. So I think just being true to ourselves, and even laying out the qualities that are inherent to us, help us succeed, like help women succeed in this field. Yeah.
Thank you. Nice to hear that strong answer from you. And our next question would be to Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri. Hi, Karuna. Welcome.
Yeah, sure. Rajani, you can ask the question.
Yes. I was just.
So good afternoon, everyone, all those who are just joining in. And we're having an amazing discussion. We're having some bunch of good women, as in from all walks of life. We have women sharing their views, housewives to working professionals and everyone. And it's really very enriching.
Yes, from marketing to finance to, beauty, from the beauty industry too. So my next question to Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Giri would be from the beauty industry, where, she's gained, a different level of recognition from that is, if you compare it to the defense sector. So I'm sure a lot of young aspirants would like to know how they should prepare themselves when they have to enter the beauty industry. How has it been for you? Has it been difficult? Has it been easy? Or what should they look for in skills?
So so when I was entering in the beauty pageant as Mrs. So it's quite different when you enter as Miss, and it's different when you enter as Mrs. When you enter as Mrs. India, you are a mother, you are a working professional or a housewife. You have your own specified roles in the families, in your families and your community, and you have to just for some time you have to just forget all that and participate and show yourself as a different and changed version, a transformed person. So for me, how it was different was vis-a-vis other women from other job roles, other vocation, was that I was in the armed forces, and in the armed forces the culture is different. We don't do pageants, we don't wear heels, we wear boots and we march. We don't do ramp walks, so we don't do makeup there. And so it was quite different, and for me it was that change which I wanted to embrace, because now I was coming into this different world from the armed forces. Because armed forces, if you see the way we live, is very close community sort of a life that we live. And suddenly when you have to interact with the other, the people on the other side of the fence, you don't want to look different. You don't want to be a different person there and not one of them. And so that one reason why I wanted to join a pageant, participate in a pageant, experience that, was to embrace a different version of my personality, different dynamics there. Plus the interaction which I was going to have with women from all across the world, Indian women especially, from all across the world. We all met in Greece, 150 women, and from all walks of life, some housewives, some architects, some doctors, some teachers. So all kinds of women, and all kinds of challenges that they have faced. Some even have had divorce or other difficulties, single women, single parent and all that. So when you see their challenges, and when you see how they are, despite their challenges, they're evolving, they're doing better, they're contributing to the world. I mean, that was one thing which was really inspiring there in the beauty pageant. And vis-a-vis, Mrs. India, if I have to tell you, the underlying reason why every woman, Mrs. India especially, comes for Mrs. India is, again, like I said, to embrace a change, to transform. And especially what happens is, when you become a mother, you just forget yourself. You don't prioritize yourself there. And your work and your children and everything else around you takes priority but you. So beauty pageant is one thing, especially Mrs. India pageants is one thing which diverts you, brings your attention to your own self, where you start prioritizing yourself. There are tasks given. You got to be fit. You got to wear. Like we had swimming costume round. Some beauty pageants don't have. Some Mrs. India pageants don't have. But we had, and we had to look good in swimming costume, and so we had to had that tough fitness routine, all that. So yes, in a way, it was a very welcome change. Now, in comparison to Miss India, therein. Now, if I was a 20-year-old woman, I will definitely participate. Again, like I want to change and transform and things like that. But also, I will have a career to look forward to in modeling or acting or a lot of other avenues that are open for young beauty pageant participants. You can see all the Miss India's future. Past Miss Indias have been doing great in modeling and acting field, and whereas for women, maybe it will be a second career, or maybe it is just the change that they're looking forward to in their life. So this is how it is different from Miss India to Mrs. India. So yes, and it was very welcome change in my life. The makeup that I have on my face is all thanks to Mrs. India, and now I can, yeah, definitely. So yeah, so that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Our next question would be to Mala Shivaprasad. So what are the challenges which women face in taking up technological roles in the industry? Can we speak on that?
Yeah, good question, Rajani. It is something that I have experienced myself, and also observed a lot of my women friends, colleagues, and younger women who come into the technology industry. While at the college level, right, when we are studying, so in these technology domains, you do see in the classroom, there are at least 45% of these girls in the class. They're studying computer science or information technology, telecom. When you come to the industry, the mapping does not remain. You would expect the same set of 45% of girls to be still there working along these, boys. but the numbers are lesser. So first I would start at home. That's a social setup. So many times, you hear, now even I'm middle-aged, I have friends who have, these young daughters in 20s. So they say, we are sending our daughter for engineering to get a nice guy. Yeah. She gets a B, she marries a guy in the US, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so she studied her engineering, she's got a degree, she's gone to the US. So you don't see her in the IT industry in India. So that's one of the reasons you see a number less. The other factors, so some women do join. And if you see in the entry level positions, you have, let's say, this many girls. Then as we go senior, right, it's like this, the number of women start reducing, right? You have fewer women as we go on the top. Why? Why does this happen? One is, if you take up the software industry in India, it's pretty long hours of work, right? And the commute, at least before the pandemic, the commute was a substantial time. You have to work, again, you return home substantial time. So women who have to balance a family as well, where probably the home responsibility is solely on the woman, these long hours of commitment, she has to start making choices, right? Or somehow figure out ways to balance. So I have my women friends who have quit the job after a child or after their second child for the simple reason, they are not able to contribute to both at equally. Okay, this is one of the reasons for, you see fewer women in the technology industry. The other thing, by numbers, you're smaller, right? So ideally a good 40 to 50%, right? So if there are 1,000 men in on Earth, we have around 940, 950. For every 1,000 men, you have, 940, 950 women, right? If you have the similar transformation in office, that means more or less, 50% of the staff is women. It's not so. So fewer. So what happens is, you network, right? Network in the office, you want to talk about the latest trending technology. What happens is women are far fewer, right? So somehow you don't get included in this networking group. So you are limited to the small circle of your friends you're comfortable with, whom you are having lunch, right? So you don't probably get to interact on a technical basis or network on these bases. This is another reason, right? Fewer people to interact with. You tend to interact with your own type, right? So you hang out or have lunch with, people you're comfortable with. So that's another reason where somewhere, you are not able to get information or learn more like your other colleagues. Then there are a couple of other things. It's about these cliched attitudes, right? If I talk about hardware, developing new hardware for a product, right? It is perceived as macho, only for male, and women can't understand this. So you are better off coding, writing a software program. So there are some of these cliched views as well, which are difficult to remove from the mind. Okay. Then a couple of, I would say some of the other challenges, at least I see that women face is fewer women, right? So fewer women in technology means I have a few, till I had my manager in my previous project, there were fewer role models for me to look up to and learn. So if you men, right? So conventionally they have been the breadwinners, so they go out and work. So they have a network, they have mentors and coaches to look up to. So women is something new, which is probably started a couple of generations ago. Let's say for my mother's generation, probably. So the person I can look up to or go and talk about my problems, they are fewer. Right. So at least in some of the organizations I looked up, for every 10 managers, probably you have 1 or 2 women managers. And then you need to build rapport with them to go and talk to them or confide in them your problems. So that's another reason where, women face challenges. Okay. But in terms of competence, they're equally competent, equally capable. So in these scenarios, what I would say a good solution will be if you have a great manager, whether it's a he or a she who understands your competence, understands your capability, and supports you no matter what the noise around you is. It makes a hell of a difference, because you just ignore the noise, because your manager knows your competence, he supports you, or she supports you. There you go. You can thrive in such an environment. Okay. The aim I would say for women should be that, as the other esteemed speaker said, like Rashmi, learn, keep yourself updated. Now, you don't need to probably, if hanging out with guys is a challenge, fine, no issue. You have Google. Ask Google Baba for all your technical questions. Google Baba will give you answers, right? Then, don't look for company or, mentors within your organization. Try to look out. There are outside, in a social network, there are women who would have, it could not be technology, it could be medicine, it could be marketing, sales. Women would have faced these problems. You can, share our network with them. And then I would say capitalize on some cliched positives, right? So technically, generally they think women, right? They will not get involved in office politics. They are highly focused. They come, do their job, go back, because they have a second job at home. So capitalize on that. So show you're highly focused. Capitalize on the cliched view that women are very hardworking. Demonstrate and show it, right? So these are things which, even though they are cliched views, gender-biased views, use them to your advantage. This is what I would say. And I will also say this, let's say in companies such as Nokia, where I work, there is gender sensitization, where managers are given training on gender sensitivity. We have training, we have helplines. Use them. I would say use, such things, to your benefit is what I would say. And there was one more thing I would like to add. Oh yeah, I was telling about this, talking about this gender diversity and other things with my little nephew. He's 15 years. So he was telling me, Atte, the root cause for gender, he said this, Atte, men and women, boys and girls are equally smart and equally intelligent. The challenge for probably women or girls is girl-child discrimination. If we remove that, we're going to have a beautiful place. This is what my little 15-year-old nephew told me this morning. The root cause is a girl-child discrimination. Remove that and all problems are solved. I would say, yes, if you actually start going back, start doing root cause, it actually boils down to, that which gets deep rooted, in the minds when, of children are, at that age. Having said that, I would, stop now and over to you. Back to you, Rajani.
Yeah. Thank you, Mala. Thanks a lot. My next question would be to Namita. So, Namita, what can improve in the field of finance for women in the coming decade? Do you see some changes coming up which can bring about some improvement in the ratio of women joining the field, and what changes are you foreseeing?
Sure. Thanks, Rajani, for the question. And because I think, we're all talking about increasing percentage of women in the workforce. I think the next question is, how do you sustain it, and how do you have, more women like Mala ma'am who've, spent 25 years plus in the industry and thriving and, being very successful and being mentors to, other women in the industry, right? So definitely, I'm really hoping and excited about this particular change, which is, definitely want to see women take larger roles in organizations. And I mean, we're getting there, right? From the entry level, colleges are recognizing it. We're seeing more women in the entry level. And then with the right ecosystem support, there will be a change from, what Mala ma'am was mentioning, that, maybe after a kid, their priorities change, or Sadhana ma'am was mentioning that, once you become a mom, there are other priorities, and, you yourself are your last priority, right? So that should change with an ecosystem approach, and we end up seeing more women in the mid-level as well as the senior level. So that's point number one. Point number two, I feel, is organizations have to be able to accommodate the slight variabilities in a woman's schedule owing to her various responsibilities, right? And this comes down to fundamentally how we operate, right? So, for example, I think a lot of women have had a relatively good time, because of the work from home situation. I think there are women who've been able to continue their jobs in an otherwise environment where they would have had to, go for a career break, right? So that was a welcome thing. But now, as organizations are now saying that, hey, you know what, you have to get back to office, and because that's where the primary workplace is, right? So just few things like being mindful of what time you are physically off work, as women or as mothers having various responsibilities, and therefore whatever needs to be discussed or prioritized for an in-person discussion, it gets done within the work hours, so that the rest of the work or some other non-collaboration bits can happen thereafter, right? Being very conscious of that. And secondly, being very flexible on communication, right? So for example, do we need so many in-person meetings? Do we need so many calls? Just optimizing on all of that, and being very flexible for women, because at entry level women, they are like fresh out of college graduates, and then as their personal life changes, right? So they become wives, they become mothers, etc. Organizations need to be able to adapt to that in order to keep the employee engaged with them for a long time, right? And the third thing is women being more vocal on the issues they face and trying to balance it out with the organization as against leaving the workforce altogether, right? And this kind of comes also from the fact that whether you have like a mentor or you have somebody in the organization who you believe will listen to you and your issues. And because a lot of, honestly, I feel when women leave the job, it's honestly their last choice, because you've put your sweat and blood into it, you've learned so much, right? It's not, you're not going to throw away the job at the drop of a hat. It's probably the last choice only when you've exhausted all of your other options. So having not to do that is is a big change that I would like to see in the future. And lastly, I am really hoping and rooting for a society mindset changing, right? Society giving that kind of importance to a woman's career. Currently, a woman's income is treated as secondary. Nahi bhi aayega to chalega, because the man is the principal
sole breadwinner,
right? So considering her career to be equally important and helping her out by the ecosystem around her, that I'm hoping will help improve our situation and help us have long-term careers spanning 40 years plus.
Okay, that's nice to hear that, Namita. Hi Karuna, hi, welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
Hi. Can I just finish one last question with Mehjabeen, and then we will come to you?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your patient hearing. Thanks. Yeah. Mehjabeen.
Mehjabeen, can you bring your screen in between so that your face is in between? That would, yeah.
Yes. Now we are able to see you clearly. Oh.
Okay.
Yes, that's better. Mehjabeen, now we have a slightly different question, maybe because I don't know how, I think it's quite relevant to these, the current situation, but we see quite a lot of changes in the HR front when it comes to different policies these days. For example, you have a lot of people with disabilities entering the corporate sector. We also have a lot of, help and support for special challenges, people who enter the industry in these sectors. So do you see that shift? What are your thoughts on, such shifts that we see in the HR sector these days? I'm sure it's a welcome shift, and people are realizing the importance that, these people can also contribute a lot to the performance and productivity in an organization. So is there something else you would like to throw light on in this Please.
Thank you for the question, Rajani. And yes, as you have rightly mentioned, that the paradigm of HR has changed very drastically and very significantly. Continuing my previous question that you had asked, that how jobs and training have been affected during the pandemic, I would like to say that now, if we are talking about women and men being centric about earning as breadwinners, I would right now say that because of this current downfall in the economy, I'm sure it will see a surge and the market is bullish. But today, the main idea of any household has become who is the breadwinner. Whether you are whichever gender you are, whether you are a husband, whether you are a wife, who is the breadwinner and who will keep the show going on? Who will be able to match the expenses, whether you are a female who's earning more than your husband, or the husband who's running the show. Because as I had mentioned, that there is a lot of job gap that has come, a skill gap that has come, and people are striving to match their lifestyles and continue their lifestyles even after the pandemic, right, when things become socially and economically stable. So in these current situations, when I as an HR head have to evaluate characters, or to play the role of various important protagonist in the drama, or as I would say that at the workplace, I would rather see people's competency and their productivity, their ability to help me perform certain tasks at that particular given point in time, and for the productivity and the results which last over a period of time. So I think the HR perspective has changed now as to in terms of competency versus the productivity, and it definitely does not matter about how or which gender that the person belongs to. Now here I would like to bring a very, very, very straightforward words that I would probably use, is that right now HR should look at considering the third gender also, as a part of their workforce. It is simple because these people also have that ability, that high end competency, where they have the strength of a man and the thought and the emotions of a woman, right? So what they bring to the table would be very different from either of us would probably bring to the table. So yes, the HR perspective of hiring people right now has changed drastically. One, it is about competency and productivity. As I had mentioned to you, training industry is an open forum now. People are learning, reskilling and upskilling themselves. Distant learning, or learning through internet sources, has become a part and parcel of life. So as an HR, I would rather skip that to what has been your qualification. Rather, I would probably see what is your potential to perform my task the way I want to do it, and what do you bring to the table to make it better, is what the HR is looking nowadays. HR is all about having an inclusive working culture, right? It has to be an equal opportunity employer. You cannot say that we need to have a fixed space for women, or fixed space for men, or a fixed space for any other people. We at large have to become an equal opportunity employer. We need to, in our organization, in the culture, we should have space for every person, right? See, today at McDonald's, you see people with a different ability. I wouldn't say it's a disability. The way they think of creativity is very different from you and me. And they still help, and they still help you serve. And they serve so relentlessly. And they will ensure that they are smiling at you. And if you drop something, they don't even feel that itch, that they can clean the floor so nicely with a smile, because they're enjoying that work. So McDonald's, company like McDonald's has created that space. Fashion industry has created that space. You have female models walking, you have male models walking in clothes which are semi-female, which even females are wearing, in that manner. You have people who are transgenders there, and people and the society has accepted them for whoever they are, right? There are designers coming in. So I think this kind of an acceptance has to happen across all industries. Okay, technology will be the next space. That next space, for that you don't have to be a gender centric. You don't have to be gender centric. You just have to have brains. You have to be a human being first. Just the way your organization, you have to be a strong human being first. So before you are a male or a female or anybody else. So yes, HR as a paradigm will definitely shift, and it is shifting in most industries, but not the mainstream industries, like not the mainstream industries of education, not the mainstream industries of say for technology development. You still see people in the legal and law firm who are transgenders who are coming in. You see people who are women, first women, or the first women people in the Navy. You see people in the fire, the air pilots who've become. You have these first women coming in, but then you should also have a gender-centric society, a gender-centric organization where you accommodate everybody. So sometimes I definitely look up to the fashion industry. They have space for everyone. They don't look at you as a gender. They look at you as your competency. They look at you for your caliber. They just ignore the fact that you are with gender. So if you bring to the table what they're expecting and beyond that, you are in the game. This is lacking very drastically in the other industries, which should open up. I think HR should come up and make a workplace which accommodates everybody. Okay, it has to be an inclusive organization. Okay, I think the first and the foremost thing that any HR would do is first remove the gender, the question that they ask: which gender do you belong to, male, female, or whatever? Just remove it. And like, you are hiring a human being, just hire a human being. You won't ask this question to a robot tomorrow when AI just takes over human being. Which gender you belong to? It is just the facade. It is just the face. That people are looking at. So that's one thing that I want to say. And of course, there is lots more to say. I think inclusion is the next buzzword. Okay? Equal opportunity employer is something that every HR should be becoming right now. And you need to monetize on the skills, on the competency, on the strengths, right? And you should be looking at the next productive role that you can offer, you can create, and you can bring to the bottom line of your organization. Because in this current falling economy, HR could be the next CEO of every organization, because he or she is contributing through manpower to that bottom line. So just be very non-biased in terms of hiring people. Okay, there are work that even women do, and they relentlessly do it, with managing their household, managing their work, managing their productivities, their timelines. They are listening to their bosses, and yet they are performing out of and in spite of situations. So the same thing happens with every human being. I think HR has to come up with newer ideas of, even engagement. The HR engagement activities have to be at a different level. You just cannot be having Christmas parties with Santa Claus running around. It has to be more productive and more thinking. It has to be more thought-provoking events that one need to, even conduct in HR. That is something that I look at. I like one thing about Google, that it celebrates every day. Something or the other it will doodle, but it celebrates every day. They find something good in every day and they start celebrating it, and people start looking at it. So it is the same thing with HR. You find good in every person and just celebrate him towards your productivity. So that's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, for speaking at such a length and expressing my views. Thank you, Rajani. Thank you, Sainath. Thank you, Deepthi, Niharika, for giving me this opportunity. And thanks to everyone for listening to me so patiently. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mehjabeen.
Thanks, Mehjabeen. In fact, I would like to add one thing here. In fact, this digital ecosystem and the digital workspace is making women more employable compared to men. Because see, you can stay anywhere, and women are flexible, and women are ready to see. They want to be at home. They want to be able to manage their life and all. But once that is sorted, they are very focused on profession. And women have better communication skills. See, women are naturally, they have empathy, right? Because they have to go through this motherhood and all. Obviously, they are designed to be more on empathy side. And if you really see, for suppose in AI, everything it can solve. But if you want to, at the end of the day, do you want to talk to an AI or a real person?
Right.
Yes, that women can occupy that space. Women are much more employable. In fact, I would say that all communicating anything, women do a much better job than men. If you have to communicate something to someone, and when women speak, everyone listens. Now, just like how we listen to Mehjabeen ma'am as she was speaking, people listen. So it is better. And in fact, in this digital space, like women can be better managers also.
in fact, Sainath, I want to say that there is a new space that is being created. Like you had rightly said, there is polarization happening, right? It is not only in the political arena, it is also in the job arena, where there are category of organizations who are saying that they want people to sit in their office and do work, though they work for their present 8 hours and they work for 6 hours, right? Because they are overcoming the tiredness of traveling and things like that. There is a category of people who are like, you work from home and work as much as you want, but give me this result. So there is a polarization happening. So if there is woman power that needs to be used, or woman capabilities that needs to be used, it is on the other side of the polarization, I would say, where they say, okay, you work at your flexibility, but give me this XYZ result. And that is where women will play a very, very crucial role. And that is where, because the first thing is that there are organizations who are like very typical about their approach towards the pandemic, saying that now you've taken the vaccination's out, things are back to normal, but they do not realize that during the pandemic the productivity has increased multifoldedly. So as you rightly said, yes, women have more scope to work. They have a lot of scope to work as long as the industry is, the other side of the polarized industry is taken care of. I think women have a lot of scope to earn and become the breadwinners of their families. So yes, as you rightly mentioned.
In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to mention about one company, White Hat Junior. So its business model is based on tutors who are, most of them are women. So basically, they have a software product, and it needs a certain guidance, human guidance also. A person is there, software is there. Together, it is a product for them. And a lot of housewives have signed up for this program. Yeah. So as sitting at home, they are helping others in learning cloud computing and all regarding this thing. It's very it's a model which can be replicated across industries. So you have a product, and women can play the role of the person who will be delivering that product to the customer at the end.
Right.
So that way, you must have heard that online education sector is booming like anything.
Yes.
And I think women can make the maximum out of it.
Yes. Yes.
Agreed. Yes.
Rajani, continue, please.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think we just have one more panel member who has joined in a little late. Thanks for listening to all of us patiently, Karuna. So can we start? Yes, I would like to introduce Karuna to all of you initially. So Karuna is the founder of Chrome Consulting. She's also a mindfulness expert. She's a career and leadership coach for mid and senior level professionals. She recently won an award from Women Economic Forum for her contribution in the field of HR. So we have another person from the HR related field. So can I start off with a question, Karuna?
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay.
And thank you for the opportunity, everyone, for listening and being patient to wait for me. Thank you.
It's okay, our pleasure. Yeah. Karuna, can you tell us how jobs have different variety of jobs have evolved in the HR industry post-pandemic?
I think post-pandemic, what has happened is that there are a few jobs that we would be seeing as an HR person. Now that I'm a consultant, I work in the consulting space, but I've been an HR head for multiple organizations in the past. What I see is that specifically post the pandemic situations, there are different, first of all, the technology is becoming strong. A lot of organizations are adopting to technology, and it is becoming a must-have in certain work places. And that is where our jobs are surely going to get impacted basis this. The second thing is that the kind of jobs that are coming up are generally, of course, there are full-time jobs that are coming up, but then the gig economy is picking up quite a lot. Considering that there is a lot of work from home options coming in. There is a study that happened specifically, if I talk about women, I worked with Jobs for Her. Jobs for Her came up with a research stating that during the pandemic times and post that, 30% of the registrations that they had for women for work from home opportunities increased, and so was the opportunities available to them as well. So what we are seeing is that there are a lot of gig projects that are coming into picture, which of course helps women to kind of balance work life also. The third thing I wish to mention is that there is also a study that talked about that whatever situations we've gone through from a workforce point of view, 25% of jobs are going to become redundant. Now, what it means is that it is also going to help us look at, we need to reskill ourselves. There will be new jobs that will get created because of the new situation, technology coming into place, and also the needs changing for people that organizations are reaching out to. It means that we need to look at reskilling. So organizations who are also supporting in reskilling, whether it's technology spaces or whether it is offline, will also have a lot of opportunities available. So those are some things I feel are certain strong trends that we are already seeing in the workplaces.
Okay. My next question to you would be related to this. You just spoke about a lot of work from home opportunities.
Yes.
We also see that nowadays most of the companies are opening up and they're asking employees to come back to work.
Yeah.
So we also, I was reading somewhere that there has been a hesitancy in some women in going back to work, even though a work from home situation is still available. Is that true? What are your thoughts on it?
See, I think it depends, and I do see that not just women but also men have an hesitancy in coming back to work, because over the 1 year a lot of us have got used to working from home. And for some it has been a good situation, for some it's not been a good situation. We did report a lot of domestic violence cases and a lot of such stuff also that came into picture. So there are all kinds of cases there. But yes, when we talk to employers and my clients, what we hear from them is that some of them do feel that because they were able to set base of technology and they have created certain solutions which can help them monitor performances of employees, they are okay to come up with systems and structures that can help them, their employees continue to work from home options. However, those organizations who were not that progressive, for them last year was just a push. However, they still are not of that mindset. You find that they want to ask a lot of employees to come back to work, or they're very stringent about coming back to work. But you know what will happen over a period of time is, because people have tasted the fact that there is work that can be done by sitting at home, and there are technologies and systems that we can put in place, the workplace is going to come, the future of work is going to be such that it's going to come to a hybrid model, which would mean that there would be options available to employees in future, which will help them look at what they think is good for them. And HR will have to play an important role in creating those kinds of policies. And trust me, still HR people are grappling with understanding that what are certain new things that they should bring in, which could be relevant for their employees. And from that point, of course, the birthdays parties no more serve the purpose. They need to look at real-time engagement and what does engagement really mean for them. And they have to really study that and bring in those things for them.
Okay. But some employees also, I guess, are a little worried about the productivity aspect as far as work from home is concerned. I guess they feel, that a person is at home and probably not giving in 100% of the number of hours that they look for. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think, Rajani, we do have all kinds of managers there. I know of organizations which have where people are focusing only on productivity, but there are people who are very stringent about that. Okay, you need to clock in number of hours, which has impacted the I would say the motivation of employees who people have got poor experiences of working from home as well, because they were for no reason clocking in number of hours, and there was a lot of high level of screen time there as well. So there are different kinds of employers available. However, I would say that if you look at it in a holistic fashion, the new options that are coming out from work from home are much more preferable.
Yes.
But we will land up in a place where we would be in a hybrid kind of a model is what I've
Model
always been
going
saying.
forward.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Karuna.
Here
Yes.
I would like
Raina.
to add one example of how this works. For suppose, let's take example of an educational institution. Okay, so I know of an example. For suppose the professors, they can take class to the students online, but they have to go to college so that they have to speak to their colleagues, because their HOD, they can't manage the team online. They have to go to college. But even after they go to college, they teach the students online. So student and teacher are able to interact online. Whereas teacher and teacher, the team, the management team, probably because some are in middle-aged and they are not so adaptable to change. And they want everything to move as per their convenience. They can't move. So the things have to be, and this is very rampant. This is there are like, I think at least 50 to 60% of organizations are like this. Yeah. Once you settle into a thing that there is some security, you have certain incoming business regularly, then you have a lazy workforce who want to just stay there, and just make sure that they kill time, and they save themselves. They are not ready to innovate, and such kind of mindset it comes in middle age for a lot of people. And that middle management, for example, senior management will be ready to change. Senior management, even if they are not performing, you remove them and bring some more dynamic person, and that person will be ready to bring change. But this middle management, they are like so much mired into the process, that process becomes everything. Whatever process they have started, they don't want to shift to a new process. So this is a practical reality. So organizations which are agile, which are ready to move. See, what do you mean by organizations which are agile? What are organizations at the end of the day? They are people, right? So people who have the agile mindset, who can unlearn, relearn whenever they want. And organizations which are led by such people, for them, it is very easy to adapt.
Yeah, and I think interesting point, Sainath, even though I might not completely be able to accept the whole of it, but what I believe is that, yes, very true point, that organizations who are working towards building mindful leaders, organizations who are focusing on shifting mindsets of their employees, and the top leaders, because it many a times works top to bottom approach whenever it comes to organizations. If the leadership is agile, if the leadership is strong, you would find that there is a strong culture created in the organization. And they would be able to adopt to the new things. And very rightly said by Marshall Goldsmith, where he uses a statement saying that what has got you here is going to get you there, which is, of course, I take it like a mantra for myself, because it helps me continuously keep looking for improvements. And that's what I believe, is a key, which it helps leaders to continue to keep moving on. And COVID was a very clear leveling space for us, which told us that all of us are actually equals. And now from the COVID times going forward, those people are going to thrive who are agile, who are flexible and willing to learn and adopt to new standards.
Definitely, totally agree with you. Yes. Can we probably throw open the panel for discussions with each other, or if anybody would like to, any of the participants would like to ask any questions, or any of the speakers would like to ask questions to each other too? This is a great forum. I think we've been having some great discussion, some strong points coming in. So anybody would like to ask questions to each other, or any of the participants would like to join in? You can introduce yourself and ask questions to the panel.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to say, can I, Rajani?
Yes, yeah. Sure.
So,
Karuna,
I wanted to say, yeah, I agree with you that in future it's going to be a hybrid model. For the simple reason, in the company in which I work, that's Nokia, throughout the pandemic, we had a work from home. Our deadlines did not change. All of us worked and delivered as per the deadline. And then recently there was a survey, right? How do you want to come back to office or work from home? Most of us responded that we would like to continue from working from home. And they also observed that productivity hadn't changed. We were delivering. And so Nokia now, we are working actually for a hybrid model where you have this combination, you know, and they have opened the office for 10% of the staff. So whoever want to collaborate with colleagues, they will go to the office. They had to reserve a workspace and these members could interact. So I think this pandemic has one positive effect of change the way we work with this reduced commute and reduced real estate office space with this hybrid model. And initially, when we started with this work from home, most of us were, kind of had long hours of work. What was a technical discussion at the work desk? I just walk up to my colleague's desk, discuss, and then, quickly we go back and start working. Had to be converted to meetings online. So I'm working with you, I'm working with, say, Sadhana. Then because I have a dependency on both of you, you have dependency on someone else, but then I cannot just walk up to your desk. I have to set up a meeting. And this meeting I have to see when you're free and so on. So, the work was long. But then over a couple of months, we figured out ways how to work and we still delivered. And that was amazing. So that's what I want to say. I really agree with, what you said about the hybrid model, and that's where we are going to go.
Yeah, and even though I know that a lot of manufacturing organizations continue to operate across the year when we were sitting at home, especially pharmaceuticals or manufacturing setups, even them at this juncture, specifically those who are working in the corporate offices or those who, they are coming up with shift options where they are able to kind of take care of wherever possible, they are bringing in efficiencies. So one thing for sure has happened that organizations are looking at how can we make the cost of the office infrastructure also optimized.
Right. One thing about pandemic is see what happened that I was working for a company. Okay, it was a multinational company. It was already a hybrid environment for a selected few people, especially in the sales field. And certain things happened. There was this a woman, a work person over there, a woman employee in the organization, and she had more commitments at home. So she more oftenly, started work from home. Although the system and the monitoring system was such that we knew that exactly at 9 she's going to open a laptop and she's going to start working, and nothing was unmet. No timelines were unmet. Everything was on time, everything. However, because of her commitments, her home commitment, she permanently chose to be at home and work from home. She was also told to compromise on her, monetary aspect and her designation. Because though being, it was too fast forward, it was too foreseen, in those times, around 8 to 10 years back, to see a hybrid model coming up. It's a multinational company. And it came across as very strong, that, oh, that's so nice, women can manage their work at home. But the moment the commitment came towards that, no, I want to permanently move on to a home working situations and work from home, she was told to compromise on her salary and also on her designation. And she had to choose between one of the two. And she chose the latter. She said, no, for me, the family comes first. And I don't mind working from home because I can again bounce back, to the level that I have come down, and I can always bounce back. Ultimately, it was a game of, snakes and ladders. So she was like, okay, I'll play my dice well and probably reach the position of 99 and 100 very soon. So of course, we need to consider that, the falling economy, the economy which fell over a period of 1 year, to recover, the organization at corporate level would also look at this aspect for both men and women. I'm not being gender biased. And here, the women will come in a more compromising situation because she is more, answerable to running her family, to run her household, emotionally also, empathetically also, as Sainath mentioned. So these are a few aspects that needs to be considered, and how we are going to prepare ourselves when, we are posed with this question saying that, okay, if you want to take a permanent work from home, where of course organizations are stringent, how are we going to come up with a win-win situation or a win-win, understanding of not even compromising on a salaries and at the same time not designation yet, we will be able to manage both work and life. So this is something that had always pondered my, had hindered me in my back end that, okay, if this happened, how do we deal with it? So if you can probably answer, it would be great.
I think, Mehjabeen, it is more to do with how mindful the top leaders are at the end of the day, and how inclusive they are. I do believe that if leaders are mindful, inclusiveness automatically happens, by the way. So when they're mindful, they are mindful of everything. They're mindful of how to lead, how to manage, how to motivate, how to include, and everything. So when I say that, I think it's about the leadership. Some organizations already are cracking the code. Some of them still need to do that. And it will depend on how, as Sainath mentioned also, about the fact that it's all about the mindset that leaders have. Some of them are early adopters, and some of them will be people who sit on the fence for some time and then jump into it. So I think it's a matter of time. But then I also feel that over a period of time, women need to start looking at becoming more entrepreneurial. You know what? There was a study that was done which talked about that a lot of persons their jobs during the COVID times. Why was that so? Because a lot of women are working in support functions. And the support functions are the first ones to get impacted, because you always want the breadwinner, which is the sales or the marketing or any other function which is getting you the money, is taken care of. While more women you find a larger percentage in the support functions. So can we also have a better business acumen to be able to be in a space where we have the roles which are where we can stand strong. If you look at the percentages, you'll still find that women are more in the support functions for cultural reasons, for personal reasons. They think they are not good at it, or they think that if I take up stronger roles, I might not be able to manage it, or it could be reasons why people are stereotyping them, or whatever reasons it could be. But at the end of the day, I think it's important to become more entrepreneurial, which might mean that, okay, if women want to take up gig projects, which is coming up big in the coming times, or want to take up stronger roles like sales positions, etc., could be of another way. I'm just kind of thinking of ways which could really add a lot of value. And that is where they might not even have to compromise, because if she's the breadwinner of the organization, they're going to be able to sail through.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, true. But to add to, yes, who's speaking? Please go ahead.
No, I guess you can continue.
To add to Mehjabeen's point that 10 years ago, a woman had to compromise just because she prioritized her family, her children, and had to compromise on her salary. Well, if we become more inclusive, like Karuna said, and give more choices of, we have maternity leave, but what about paternity leave? I mean, how many men are going ahead and are just going ahead and taking that, making that sort of a choice that, okay, if the woman has taken 3 months, why can't they also be allowed, and that option be there, that they can also go ahead and take that, so that the woman does not suffer. I mean, both, because as a parent, both are there together to nurture the child. Why only women? So that choice has to be given to men as well. So it should not be that only women should suffer just because she is naturally inclined to nurturing and taking care of the children and family. So she should not be at a disadvantage. So that is my point, that if there is more inclusion, there's paternity leave, regulations more, supported, in favor of women empowerment, then I think I think it will be much better workforce, and there would be equality there.
I would like to add a point to that, saying even Virat Kohli taking a paternity leave stirred so much of a controversy all around the papers, and yes, it was so unnatural for him to go on a leave to support his wife. So I guess that's where the mindset has.
The time should change. Time should change, and it should be encouraged, and it should be applauded. In fact, I would have loved if my husband would have done that during my delivery and maternity leave. If he had taken at least 15 days of paternity, that would have been really motivating for me. Although I had longer maternity leave, but definitely if the organization was supportive, then definitely that inspiration and motivation goes up, and you become more productive towards that particular organization. Also, the organization, being so supportive in terms of having crash and other facilities around their workforce, or some sort of monetary benefit, wherein allowance, for example, wherein they can employ nannies or childcare at home. That would also help out women employees to continue working very efficiently at home. So I'm very lucky. I mean, of course, not everyone is able to do that. I'm lucky that, and I'm naturally inclined, and I always prioritize my family, my children. And I think it's nothing wrong in it. Given an option, there are times when I want that my husband should maybe sit with my children and maybe feed them and take care of their lunch and their meals. But I don't think he does that good job, and I think I would like to take that kind of role and work from home, that setup where I have flexibility. I'm an entrepreneur now, and I'm working on my business. I'm a coach and mentor. I'm from the comfort of my house. I can decide when I can, when I have time, which slot is available, when I can, just put in this much amount of work throughout the day, and when I can just be with my children. So thanks to COVID, that all these options have emerged, and definitely hybrid work environment is here to stay. And I never imagined that prior to COVID, I was only struggling. Sometimes I had to go out for motivational session or some mentoring session and things like that, or corporate workshops and all. But thanks to COVID, of course, there was some lull period there, 2-3 months, 4 months. But after that, it just caught up. People became so used to Zoom and other things. It was there earlier in the Western culture, Western workforce, but definitely it got the COVID got it to India as well, and people are accepting it. The meetings are happening from home, so it's really a great thing, and it's emerging and it's evolving, and definitely no amount of demotivation, small things, discouragement can stop women from doing or pursuing what they want to pursue in life. So that's my take on that.
Yeah, to add to this, I would like to add in a point to here we are talking about women taking on Zoom and technology in a big way. I mean, all of us are from the industry, so we have our, we always have an upper hand that we know a little bit of technology. But during the COVID times, the amazing part was that even grandmoms, senior citizens who are above 60, 65, I know a couple of groups where they learn bhajans on Zoom, where they learn, they exercise on Zoom, and they are also becoming slowly tech savvy, because, they are also flexible and adapting themselves to the new technology and accepting that fact that this is here to stay. We can't go out for some time, so we better learn what we want to learn online. And that's really great, because a lot of women groups that I know of have been learning a lot of different things online and adapting themselves to the latest technology too. So this is something which has kept them active during this period of time too.
Yes. So true. So true.
Rashmi or Namita, would you like to add something?
I wanted to add something to a previous point which we were discussing, which was that, I think Mehjabeen ma'am mentioned and Mala ma'am mentioned that when we are when organizations are hiring, they should look for a person, not whether, it's a male or a female or gender based. I think that would be the ideal state, that we would want to reach. But I think we still have a long way to go where still like the place where the resumes get at least shortlisted, at that place itself, I think there will be, more male resumes than female resumes. And I think it's high time that we choose more of, the female resumes than male ones. So I think organizations will have to make more of the effort in terms of having, say, hiring, say, for example, 2 females to 1 male. I think it's time that we do that, because we know for all the practical reasons why, women leave the workforce and why we have gender disparity. Like I think we discussed all those reasons. So I think to reach that end goal, I think we still have a long way to go where we start with, hiring at least more females, so that we grow them, we support them, we have more women managers tomorrow. So yeah, and I think one bit that Sadhana mentioned, that women always feel that they are not doing a good job of, for example, juggling the 10 things. Like if, being a when you're being a mother and we are working at the same time, it's difficult to manage. And if, for example, your husband is taking care of the kid, then, is he doing a good job at that? Because you're constantly, also thinking about that at the back of your mind. And it's great that we are sharing these things on day-to-day basis, and with work from home, this is becoming better. But also, I think it's okay to not be perfect, and be okay with, that a little imperfection. That, hey, it's fine. We all want to be, the perfect mom, or, the perfect wife, and, the perfect, say, person at the workplace. It's okay to have those small, failures. For example, if we have 10 things on our to-do list, and we, not to beat ourselves up, and to realize what we've actually done, to give us more credit for what good we have actually done, rather than, trying to think about what are the things which we're not able to do. So there is an exercise which we do at Google within women, and something that has really helped me also. It is, praising yourself based on facts. So, for example, it starts with saying that I am remarkable because, and then, you can follow it up with a fact, like not say I'm remarkable because I do this well. Like that does not have a fact associated to it, but I can say that I'm remarkable because, say I achieved, say, X percentage in this examination, for example, and that's based on the fact, right? And just practicing that, on, say, for example, weekly once or twice, on just the top 3 things that you might remember at that point of time, helps us get on the top of the things that we are giving due credit to ourselves for the things that we have done right.
Yeah, I think, that's a very unique, and, thank you for sharing that, Rashmi, because many times, we are our biggest champions. I would agree that we typically don't give ourselves enough credit. And I personally also for a good amount of time, probably, you're looking for some external validation, but then, you soon realize that the biggest and the most effective and important validation is actually, coming from yourself. So I am just very curious about one aspect that I would like to, throw open to the forum, and, if Mehjabeen ma'am and Karuna ma'am can help answer, is, we talked about career break. I had talked about it, when I was speaking, and I had mentioned that it's probably one of the last alternatives after you've exhausted other options. How, I seem to, fear this career break a lot, right? Touch wood, I haven't had the need for it, but I mean, is that really scary? And, how does the job market treat you, when you want to come back, and some practical experiences that you might share?
Maybe I can take that first, and Mehjabeen can also add in value. I would say that if you're planning yourself and taking a break, there is a strong opportunity for you to be able to succeed in whatever you're doing. See, all of us might require a break, whether men, women, it doesn't matter. What matters is that each human being, of course, craves for a break. Because of certain situations of our life, stages of our life, there could be a situation that we have to, and we want to give family more importance or whatever, and we have to take a break. And it's okay, it's completely okay. If you have a support system, you can carry on, great. But if you do have to take a break, it is fine. I would say it is a personal choice at the end of the day. And I know while I was in my job, I used to look around my colleagues and women who had children and also were managing their jobs. And I would always go back to them and say, okay, hats off to you guys, because when I'm going to have kids, I don't know if I'm going to be able to manage. I might take a break and sit at home because I might be so guilty. But when the time came, and I think at that point I was able to sustain and I was able to manage, and I continued. So it depends on how strong support systems we have created around us that will help you continue. And it is great to continue, because if you take a break, whatever years of break that you take, of course, you have to start from there itself. Second, women fear it because they think that they might lose a lot of things around them, connections and work, and all of the skills that they've learned. Yes, that could be a possibility, but if you planned it, there is a stronger possibility of you to be able to come back. You know what, a lot of people think that when they come back, how will I be able to approach the right people to get a job? I always tell people when I take these workshops, especially with women also, that people have remembered you for the feeling that you've created for them. So when tomorrow, after a break, you want to go back and join the job, they will remember your old professional personality, not what you were at home cooking food for the child. They will remember your work personality and then be able to help you with the job. So don't hesitate to go out and ask for help if you've taken a break and you want to go back. So point is, if you intend to take one, go for it, but plan it is what I would say, because the market is also very competitive. So many a times coming back becomes, it could become frustrating, and you had to sometimes might have to wait as well. So preferably continue if possible by creating support systems. If not, plan it, make sure. So there are 4 C's that I talk about. I can leave you, if I'm sure it'll be of value for everybody. First thing is have clarity on what you want to do in terms of your plans. Second is have courage to do difficult conversations in either situations, to build support systems or whatever, do difficult conversations if required. So have courage to do that. Third is commit to whatever goals that you have put to yourself, because sometimes we don't, because we sometimes give priority to our family and other people so much that whatever commitments we have for our own selves, we don't take that up. The fourth point is, which is very important, is connections. Stop thinking that you will have lost your connections once you take a break. Stay in touch with them, even if you are on a break. Or if you've been on a break and you're not in touch, go back and start connecting, because they would remember you of that professional personality you were, not what you are right now when you're on a break and you're having low self-esteem. Sometimes a lot of women go through a low self-esteem phase when they are on a break. So remember that people will remember you of what they saw you at work, not right now. So those 4 C's, I think, could be of great value when it comes to second careers. Yeah.
Great. Wow.
Thank you.
Rightly mentioned, it is very important to stay connected, right? So I have taken breaks not because it was deliberate, but it was because of economic slowdown. So there was recession which happened, companies closed down. So it was a deliberate break that I had to take. When I took my first break and I went back to the job market and I started applying, they said, you've been without a job for 6 months. Okay, it was not even years. I said it's 6 months. 6 or 9 months. So you will have to compromise on your salary because you have lost that 9 months and 10 months. And then it was a very, very drastic compromise, which I said. But I said, no, as an individual with the experience that I hold, I will not do that because I valued myself to a certain extent, to a certain thing. I said, sometimes it's not about the money, it's also about how much you value yourself. And you don't want to get into the rat race. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get a good job, a pretty decent job, and good pay package. And when the second break came after my maternity, that I had to take, I ensured that when I'm using that break, I extended that break. I learned, I stayed connected with my people. I understood what is trending in the market, kept myself abreast of what is happening in the competition. And when I appeared for the interview, they didn't even feel that, that so seamlessly, you had transited from being on job to not being on job and then coming back to the job market again. So that is something that is more important, that you keep yourself updated, you keep yourself abreast to the technology and to the competitive trends, and be connected, as Karuna rightly said, that never leave your connection and ensure that you keep on expanding your horizons where your network is concerned. You never know how do you get your next break. That's how it is. So after leaving so many jobs, they told me that you are a job hopper, but I said no, I was experiencing various industries practically, which not a lot of people had the opportunity to do. And today, when there is a pandemic or any other situation, those people are like, do you have a job? Please let us know in which industry and who's doing better, because I'm still in touch with those people. I know exactly what is happening there. So that is how you build your relations. So ultimately, connections, being in touch with the competition and keeping yourself abreast of what is happening in the market, of where you want to go, is most important when you want to jump back to the job market. Because as Karuna even rightly said, that you should also explore entrepreneurship. So if this doesn't work, you should be prepared. Okay, what is your backup plan? For either or cases, you will need that thing. You will need skilling, you'll need upskilling, you'll need reskilling, and you'll need network. So this is what I want to tell you, Namita.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
May I add something?
Yes, please.
There are a few housewives who joined this conversation, and whenever we speak of women empowerment, we speak of work, we just exclude these group of women who have chosen, despite being so educated, have chosen to just stay home and look after their children, especially children, their families. So I want to ask you, how many of you know who's Amitabh Bachchan's mother? Well, what's her name? We all know Amitabh Bachchan. How many of you know her mother? Her mother made Amitabh Bachchan. Her name is KG Bachchan. How many of us know A.R. Rahman's mom? What's her name? Okay. How many of us know Kapil Dev, who got us World Cup, in 82 or 85? So her name is Lajvanti. We don't know their names. How many of we know Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's mother? How many of you know? We don't know. I mean, we just don't talk about them. Her name is Jijabai. So even though we are speaking of jobs, we are speaking of career, we are speaking of entrepreneurship, and all those things, let's not forget that this is world's best best job, and world's what can I say? Most underrated job. So let's applaud those women also who are at home, nurturing and bringing up another Amitabh Bachchan, another A.R. Rahman or Kapil Dev or Maharana Pratap and things like that. So kudos to all the women who are doing all the roles, including being a housewife. So whenever women whenever they introduce themselves, especially housewives, they say, I'm just a housewife. And that really shatters my heart, something within me, because my mother was a housewife. She really meant a lot to me, and I am what I am because of my mother. So let's not diminish the importance of mother, and take pride. And whenever we introduce ourselves as mothers, or housewives, let's take pride in it, and do what we are good at doing, and that's nurturing and sustaining life around in this world.
I think the Indian cricket team paid tribute to their moms a couple of years back by having their mom's name on their jerseys at the back. I think it was 2 years back on Women's Day.
Oh, great.
Yes, the Indian cricket team on one of the matches. I think Sainath will be able to remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, very rightly brought up.
Actually, I don't remember, but yeah.
Very rightly brought up, because to each its own, I would say. And when it comes to women, I think if one chooses to be what they chooses to be, just take pride in whatever you're doing. Whether you're contributing to the economy in this way or that way, you are contributing to the economy.
In some way,
but just be confident about it. Even if you're creating leaders of tomorrow, or you are yourself being a leader and a worker, and taking it in front foot. In both ways, you are contributing.
Yeah.
Nice. Sainath, should we go in for a break and then join back?
Yeah, I think we can go 5 minutes break, and we can have individual introductions. It's because it is 18 participants. We can all interact with each other. So after 5 minutes, we can start, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So who would like to take that question?
Is there anybody in specific you would like to ask to, or I guess anybody can take the question?
Anybody can answer.
I would like to answer this question, although I don't know that. Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine.
So nice to see you here, ma'am. I'll first talk about how I transitioned, and then maybe I can talk now. Having seen the outside world for some time now, I can say the skills which you can work upon to to do better outside. So, ma'am, there are so many job opportunities now. Even being an influencer. So first, let me talk about how I transitioned. So, the first 1 year, I did not do anything because I had a little kid, 1 year old, and I was figuring it out. And there was this. I was doing my life coaching course, and the instructor suggested me to read this book called as Man's Search for Meaning. I'm sitting in my office and I have all my books and everything. So Man's Search for Meaning. And when I read this book, I realized that do I really want to go and do that 9-to-5 job out there, or do I want to do something? Having done done my stint in the armed forces, I now do I want to do something which will give larger meaning to my existence, to my to my life. And I realized that coaching and mentoring is one area, because I have had a kind of life. I have shattered some norms in my own community. I am the first generation officer, first woman from my village to have done so much of education. 2 master's degree and 1 postgraduate diploma, course and all that. So, being a woman who's shattered so many norms there at education level, at the kind of career choice I made, and then choosing my life partner, and then now when I was in this stage, that part of me played a role, and I thought I don't want to do do this conventional 9-to-5 job, and I want to do something which will add a larger meaning, greater meaning to my life. And then I thought of, why not take coaching and mentoring, for forever? Why not? It's very rewarding. And up till now it has been, but like certain things, certain areas which I think armed forces officer or armed forces product wants to be, wants to be in that kind of sort of sharpen their skills, is that number one is communication skill. Number two is being able to present yourself in the digital environment. Today, social media influencer is also a legit job. People are earning just by being social media influencer. Women, many of the women out there who are so interested in fashion and health and all that are in social media, and maybe they have a product or they are the product themselves, are excelling and earning quite a lot. They are getting endorsements and things like that. And then of course marketing is very important aspect, which if you also like me don't want to get into 9-to-5, marketing is another skill which we need to learn, because up until now I was only thinking that okay, marketing is not my sales and marketing is not my subject. But if we want to excel in my own business, which I am just setting up, it's in its own evolution process. So if today if I want to excel, I need to work on marketing and I need to work on sales skills as well, and of course the digital presence. So apart from that, armed forces officers, armed forces people, soldiers, they are always adaptable. They are resilient. They are leaders in their own rights, and they have a plethora of skills which is required for any human being to settle in any kind of situation. So definitely, as an armed forces officer, you have that added advantage. But these are some of the skills which I thought one should possess if you want to be an entrepreneur, or you want to be something on social media, maybe influencer or something.
Thank you.
I hope, ma'am, I answered your query. If not, maybe somebody else can pitch in and can add.
So I think Sadhana ma'am has really hit the bullseye, saying that whatever I learned something in retail, jo dikhta hai wahi bikta hai. So you need to show what you are capable of doing, in terms of your work. And because you've got such a strong experience in your, that is backing you, I don't think you should have any problem coming back to the corporates, because you have actually treated the organization, your career so far like an organization, like a corporate, right? Where you've been the director of organizations, educational institutions. You've run, an educational institute by itself, which is, in today's time, education is the best business that one could do. So I don't think that it is anything that you are lacking right now. So when you are entering the corporate as an individual, and as we had previously discussed also, that entrepreneurial mindset is very important. And as Sadhana ma'am is saying, that marketing and how you project yourself is most important. And I think that should be taken care of. Where you want to, upscale or have a new certificate, I think there is SHRM and, all these kind of certificates available from Oxford and Harvard's. You can take it, but ultimately, I think the experience counts. And how you can practically be agile to implement your ideas is most important. So it's all about your competencies. I think you've got very, very rich experience which you can use at your disposal, and you can really raise the bar, where entrepreneurship mindset is concerned when you associate with a corporate, because these people like you contribute to the bottom line.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Sadhana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So upskilling is really important, and I realized that past over 3-4 years, I have really upskilled. I've taken so many short courses to learn things and to incorporate in the way I'm operating into my own business, in my own life. And I think it's very important that we upskill.
Right.
A lot of importance is also given to personal branding these days. So that's what I think.
Marketing, part of marketing,
yes,
right?
Yes, I guess you say you hit the right nail. Yeah, you said that. So I guess that's the right word.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Young girls today are on Instagram and social media, and they
market
are
themselves very well.
Very well. They are so aesthetic in the way they project themselves, and they are getting endorsements, and I wonder, wow, I mean, really nice and very dynamic, young young generation we have in India.
And they take on a lot of internships, and they start off much earlier in their careers compared to all of us.
Yes.
We waited for education to get over and then start off. But
we in
most
our
of the kids
generation,
these days,
we're looking for security. These guys are so not looking for security. They're so creative. They're so innovative. They just want to exploit their gifts and talents and the interest that they have in whatever they do.
And I guess there are a lot of jobs suitable for them too. So that's also the reason why they're taking it up.
Yes.
One more point I would like to add here is that, see, if you understand market, there is a new segment of startups which are coming in, right? Startups, it is a prospective industry in which you can work, industry or domain in which you can work. And obviously in all the startups also there are human resource related roles there. And how it works with startups is that for the first initial years, the founder or the founding team, they are like trying things. Startup means you are trying to do things.
Yes.
You are not still a full-fledged business, you can say. You are exploring, you are trying to understand things, and you are first of all you try to find a product market fit.
Yes.
So is there a first of all you go with some assumption that okay, there is a certain product in my mind. Then you will try to understand, is there a market? If it is there, then product market fit. After that, slowly sales pick up, and then probably if you are lucky and if you work really hard, then you become a big company, and then you are able to, then your employees will be able to see value. But till then, a lot of employees, they don't see value in joining startups, a lot of people. But in today's times, I think if you are looking for a long-term approach, if you are looking at a long-term approach for your career, startups are the place to go. But for a lot of even people who are looking for job, they look for a standard job which matches their previous pay, and which is safe, secure. So startups can't offer such kind of jobs because startup itself is not still secure. They are trying to make it secure. But if you join them, you can grow with them. You can learn a lot and you can grow with them, and they are the few companies of the future. Yes. Even if the startup which you joined, even if it doesn't work, that experience will be useful at other point. If you work with a corporate, your transferable skills might not be so many. But if you are with startup, you will have to do so many things that you will definitely get a lot of transferable skills. And genuinely in this period, in the last 2020, 2021, you should not look at the pay. You should look at what you are learning, because this is a transition phase for the whole world. And this transition phase, if you want to succeed in long term, you learn. There is so much to learn everywhere. Everywhere you see, there is so much, and information is there already. If you are learning now, you are like ensuring your future for the next 10 to 15 years.
Maybe, Sainath, I would jump in and say that maybe not every 5 years, maybe we will have to upskill and learn some new things. Maybe even lesser than that. So this point has to be remembered, and we have to be so agile that now this is the new skill. Unless and until I learn it, I will not be able to go ahead. For example, I thought marketing was one where I was lagging behind in my business, in whatever I was doing, and I being my number one product. So I'm learning marketing. I'm in 3 months course I've joined, and I'm learning marketing from an expert. So that's how it is. So maybe today it's marketing, tomorrow it's something else.
But like Sainath said, I think I agree that this is the right time to go into the learning mood.
Yes,
COVID.
absolutely.
Yes, because of the pandemic.
The pandemic really was a great opportunity to sit and learn, from the comfort of your house. And today everyone is offering, one of you pointed out that now education is online. Harvard is also offering online courses. So IIM and so many IITs are also offering online certificate courses and all that. So why not? Because the world is so dynamic and it's changing so fast. And if we don't keep up pace with the changing world, we will definitely be left behind. Because the young generation is so fast.
Yes, the young generation are courageous. They're courageous, I would say.
So fast. Say again?
I said the young generation is basically very courageous, I would say. Unlike us, like where we would be very sure about whether we want to take the step or not, hesitate 100 million times. The young generation don't hesitate.
Yes.
They just dive in.
One more, I think something which is contributing to it is that, say, for example, my parents were looking for security because definitely they did not have any security. Today, maybe because of my parents, I have some security. My child now, my elder one is 10 years. She has better security. So tomorrow she will not look for security. She will look for creativity and innovation and things like that. Because the basic need is there for my children. The basic needs, the social needs, and all those things are there already. So now they will look for creativity and things like that, innovation. They would explore their talents in that.
Nowadays, the opportunities are also many. There are more avenues also when it comes to jobs. So I think either ways, either the younger generation or even for us, opportunities have grown manifold.
Yes.
One more important aspect which we need to understand here is that, okay, jobs, we need jobs. But how do we get jobs? Jobs we get through job creators. Someone has to create those jobs, right?
Yes.
Who are those job creators? See, generally, either it is government or corporate.
Yeah.
Government and you can say private sector.
Yeah.
Okay. And now is the time where people should, at least people who have this minimum social security and who have those skills to be job creators. Only if you have enough job creators, then enough jobs will be created by them. And I think our next generation is going to be job creators. They are not just going to look for job. Our generation is still looking for job. Even middle-aged people, still they are looking for job.
Yes.
Lot of people, they don't have the courage to start something new or go through the pain which starting something new will bring. So that's a huge thing for a lot of us. But for next generation, when there is certain assurance that, okay, still you can fail. See, basically, that is what social security gives, right? Even if you fail, still you can get up, right? For suppose if you see Elon Musk in US, just 2 days back, his Starship landed. It landed in a very textbook kind of landing. And within a few seconds, it exploded, right? And this is not the first time it is happening. It has happened multiple times, but still he is able to do it, right? But if you can the same thing happen in India? No. Just think of it. I'll say 100% it can't happen. First time you fail only, everyone, including your team members, will say, इतना पैसा बर्बाद कर दिया, इसको कुछ नहीं आता, something like that. And we are like, and we take failure to ego. If you failed means you are a failure. So that event is not a failure, you are a failure. And people take it personally also. And this aversion to failure, it prevents you from taking risks. But in a society like US, where they already have almost everything, they have social security is given there. There people are, that is why people like Elon Musk are coming in US and not in India. In India, like, first of all, the consumer mindset is also very different. And India as a culture, it is more kind of like you can say, non-profit is seen more, is more respected than profit in many walks. So if you are doing it for profit, it means it is seen with a stigma in a way, even if you are doing good. And again, you are the only one, you want your child to work in Amazon, Google, and all, which are all again private companies, by the way. Yeah, but you can't start something like that. So that is prevalent in India. And still business people, they don't get enough respect in the society unless they become successful. Only when, like, even if you like, there are a lot of startup founders. Only the startup founders who joined that unicorn club or who got that, who raised X amount of money, then only you get recognition. Till then, there are a lot of stigma factors even there. Right? So especially I think women, they have to be job creators also. I think this is the time to start that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True, true.
May I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have a question to Mala Shivaprasad. I want to ask if she had, is there anything which she would have done differently in her career, and what is her advice to the upcoming engineers who want to venture into your technology field?
What would I have done differently? Good question, actually. Okay. Okay, probably. Okay. There were times where I thought I deserved a promotion, or I deserved a higher pay. Those were times where I didn't speak up. So probably those were the times if I had spoken up, right? Probably that would have made a difference. So that was probably when I was younger, when I was a little more, not so wise, where I was afraid if I asked for a promotion or a raise, it's not good. So probably when I was younger, those thoughts were the ones I would have changed. But in general, my path, I think, has been pretty okay. Have been able to do well, and somehow, when I was younger and a little immature, I might have responded to situations in a little immature way, but got the results that I wanted in terms of being treated fairly, or given a good project, or a high visibility, very key project. I've been able to, do those well. So that's one thing I would say. Probably some of the times where I should have opened my mouth and asked for a promotion or a raise, I should have asked. That's what I would have done differently. And what was the other question? I think you said something about a message for
your following. Yeah.
Message for youngsters who are going to come for technology. Okay, one of the key observations I have working in the technology domain is most youngsters come with a degree, right?
So they have a nice fancy engineering degree from a nice fancy school. But when you interview them and ask a lot of technical questions, they seem to fall short. Okay. So what I would like to say is try to focus on the learning. Try to do projects that will give you knowledge rather than marks. So if you see our current system, the way engineering is done, you will be asked 8 questions. Out of that, you have to pick 5. So most of them prepare for those 5, get the marks, and you have a nice engineering degree. But the knowledge is not there. Focus on the knowledge. That is the key. 2, the old-fashioned base of hard work, sincerity actually works even today, right? So you might hear advice of work smart, right? Yeah, work smart might get the job done faster, but being genuine, hardworking, sincere will actually take you the long way. See, I have survived 25 years with these, the old-fashioned traits of hard work, being sincere and genuine. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sainath, I guess it's time for the second panel discussion.
Yeah. I think there are few people who have not yet introduced them. Can they introduce themselves? I think like Pooja has not yet introduced herself. Then Sumati Ramesh can also introduce herself to everyone. And then we can move to
panel discussion.
Yeah.
Yes. Pooja and Sumati, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sumati Ramesh here. Yeah, I'm 50 plus. I just started
Video, please.
No, I'm not well dressed to prepare. So I just started my second innings after a break of 2 years. I'm insurance agent of Kotak Mahindra just 2 months before I started. Yeah, that's what I have noticed that whenever we talk to somebody, we approach someone for insurance, they don't take it serious and they just avoid us. I just want to generate lead and also increase my network. So I would know from you people. Somebody could help me in this.
Sumati, yeah. So Sumati, yes, when we want to generate leads, like I have a bit of an experience, and now I've learned so many things: negotiation skills, interpersonal skills, communication skill. That appears so simple, and we think that okay, we have all these, but definitely there is a lot of scope for us all to learn these things, small things that really makes a difference. It's not your marks, like Mala said, it's not your marks, it's not the smart work and things like that. It's like she said again, it's your it's your personality skills, how you're able to negotiate, how you're able to persuade, I'm sorry, how you're able to communicate, how now whether you have empathy or not in your communication skill, what kind of body language do you carry, and things like that. So that is also a skill. So lots of young guys and those guys and girls who are in say 10-15 years of their service, now they approach me through my website or through various other mediums. Just one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Sumati, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Work from home, children, and all that. So I was talking about this. So many young, especially in the IT field, they come and they're like, I'm not able to get this promotion of a manager or team leader just because I don't have, good communication skill, or I don't have that persuasion skill. So then some people come and they're not able to crack their interview. And then I take their sessions and they are able to crack their interview for a prestigious business school in India, like I am and all that. So so those talented guys also come and they also feel the need in their mid-management level that somewhere or the other they are lagging, and because of that they're not able to reach that benchmark, or they are lagging behind vis-a-vis their counterparts. So these are the skills where you have to focus on: persuasion skills, negotiation skills, communication skills, interpersonal skills. These are personal, you can say life skills, people say soft skills, life skills, and call it whatever, but do focus on these areas. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
So I think we can conclude this panel discussion and session and move on to the next one. Wish to thank each one of you personally, Rashmi, Mala, Namita, Sadhana, Mehjabeen, Karuna, and all the participants who have been a part of this discussion. It's been great having all of you over. I think we've had a lot of discussions, a lot of strong points coming up, and it's been really good learning experience for all of us here. So thanks to each one of you. Please do not leave. Please continue with us for the next panel discussion too. You can listen to the next panel speakers. We'll be happy to have you over for the remaining sessions as well. Thanks a lot. I'm handing over to Niharika at the moment, who will be taking over for the next panel session. Over to you, Niharika.
Thank you, Rajani. Good evening, everyone. So it was really great hearing all of you. I mean, so much of inputs and so many insights. My God, I'm overwhelmed. It's really wonderful interacting with all of you. So today we start the evening with a very important topic of, I guess, most of us. Because how many of them, be a man or a woman, are doing jobs that are actually relevant to their career aspirations, right? And how many of them are into a job forcefully? Maybe their parents have chosen a particular career or a line for them and they are into that job. They're not, their aspiration is something else, but some external force or something is making them work or do some other job, right? So we are going to discuss on the same topic, which is managing a career and a job. And we have another set of wonderful speakers with us. And I'll introduce them to all of you. We have Padmaja Pennetsa. She's an MBA HR and MBA strategic, MA in strategic HR, MSc in psychology, a certified NLP trainer, certified mind dynamics coach, a certified Access Conscious Bars practitioner, and a certified pranic healer. Padmaja has worked on different levels, different strategies, and different age groups, depending upon the client's needs and perspectives. Her strength is strategy planning. She believes success is not about outsourcing others, but pushing our own limits and advancing towards our goals. She coaches those who want to walk that extra mile to give their full potential. Welcome, Padmaja.
Thank you, Niharika. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. And the next we have is Seema Mehta Roy, a discovery coach, a certified Neo-Way coach, an ICF life and performance coach, NLP master practitioner, a yoga teacher, Lumina practitioner, and ultra marathoner and a trekker. Right, and she will be joining in some time. So she loves to discover.
I'm here, Niharika.
Hey, hi. Yeah, she's here. So she loves to work with the women who want to discover and transform their lives. And her guiding principle is the belief that our inner world creates our outer world. Welcome, Seema. Next we have is Shailaja. Shailaja is an entrepreneurial coach with over 12 years of experience with her own institute in Mumbai, where she trains professionals and women entrepreneurs. She was nominated by Paytm under Women Entrepreneurs. She was recently facilitated by a women forum called LAJA, L-A-J-A. That's wonderful. Hello, Shailaja. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, Niharika. Hello,
Hi.
everyone.
Next, we have is Deepthi, an MBA from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Bangalore, and Masters in Social Work from University of Mysore. She holds over 10 plus years of experience in HR, mainly recruitment and training. She's a head HR and business at Apply.ai. Welcome, Deepthi.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. And next we have is Vinal Castellino. Vinal is an image consultant and personal branding coach. She's an alumni of Image Consulting Business Institute and an MBA by qualification. She's a founder of Vinal Castellino Image and Brand Studio based in Bangalore, which focuses on both personal as well as corporate branding. Welcome, Vinal.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And next we have is Varsha Subhash, an emotional intelligence coach and a transformational catalyst from Chennai, a BTech in computer science and a PGDBA in HR with over 12 plus years experience, a certified counselor on neuroscience-based tool on brain profiling, certified emotional intelligence practitioner from Genos University, Australia. She believes to empower people to accelerate through transformation and attract more happiness in all dimensions of life. Welcome, Varsha.
Thank you, Niharika, and good evening to everyone. Looking forward to this.
Thank you. Wonderful to have you all here. So yes, get up for the questions. And we are get up for discussing with you as well. All right, so my first question is to Padmaja. Padmaja, how did you evolve from a chief people officer, which is a corporate kind of a job, to a joypreneur, which you are right now?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Niharika, for having us here. And Sainath, in bits and pieces from morning, I've been in and out and I've been listening to you. You're being very pragmatic and very straight in your approach. And absolutely, I agree with most of the points. In fact, I can say all of the points that you've been saying. Not just you, but everybody. I'm sure, you know, this is such a wonderful platform where we are all bringing in different perspectives and the experience. But somehow I feel that we are all walking towards the same goal. And that's what I felt, you know, was beautiful, like, you know, how you guys are actually putting it together. So really honored to be a part of this. Now coming to my journey, how did I evolve from CPO to a joypreneur? Niharika, I should say that that's the right way that you put, because I evolved into it. It's not something which I had planned, and it's definitely not something which I knew, because joypreneur was a word that even I didn't know. Okay. So I would definitely want to share, you know, how it all happened, because when they say that it's all within you, you have all the answers. You know, we must have heard of it. We must have read about it somewhere and everything. But knowing it at a knowledge and an information level is different, and knowing it experientially is very different. And I think the moment when I started experiencing it, that's when a lot of things started changing. You know, a lot of shifts started happening within me. And when that happened, everything around me started realigning itself. So I experienced it at a very core level. And when it started putting a lot of things into perspective, the choices that I started making, or the way I started looking at life, actually changed. Because, your question defines something very intrinsically. It's like a job is different and a career is different. Your job can definitely be your career also, but then, for a lot of us, that's not the case. We might have picked up a job for any reason, but a career is something which can happen only when there is that true passion towards it. So when, the ultimate point in whatever that I felt was, when you are clear of the reasons, when you're clear of the reason as to why you're doing something, be it a job or a career, that's when things will start falling in place in the way that you would want. Because every morning, we have to get up and start pushing ourselves to get to a place that we want to. We like it, we don't like it, that's a process that we all get into. So how much of it is, that we enjoy is what determines the quality of the day that we spend. So when I was working with an organization as the chief people officer, I was heading all the people management issues. Everything starting from the HR to marketing to branding to operations. I was doing a lot of things, because what makes an organization? It's the people. So when I started involving the people, I was there into literally everything. So my job was a very 24/7 kind of a role. Even before I took up this role, I was into training. I was doing my own workshops and everything. But I did not know a particular way or a profession, or, the entrepreneurship that I'm doing today. Maybe 10 years ago, I was not there. Genuinely, my heart went out to training, but then I did not know how to even structure it. So at the time of taking up this particular job, I had a discussion with the management saying that, listen, I am interested. So I keep freelancing once in a while. So though I'm in this job, I would want to continue it. And they were all okay with it. So they said, it's up to you, we have no issues and everything. But a job being a job, it was a 24/7 thing. There was not a single time when I could actually go out and do something which I really wanted to. So there was this conflict that, okay, I am getting operationally stuck, but there is something much beyond this that I want to do. So at that point is when I started looking at it a little differently, where I started understanding what is it that I truly wanted. I wanted to work more with people and see how they all evolve as people. I mean, that's my interest point. So even as a joypreneur, what I do is I help people in unpacking their own behaviors, their own thought process, their own emotions. So it so happened that one day I was just thinking and I was like, okay, when it's the same thing, why do I have to have a label of a business? Why can't I do the same thing wherever I'm sitting? Because I am working with people. So that's when I started bringing in my learning, my, I can say research or experimenting. And I started looking at the ground of my work to be something beyond where I can try and test whatever I'd been working for myself. So every day that I went into, I started being a little more than the CPO, a little more than somebody who was operationally responsible for a lot of things. I started connecting much deeper with people around. I started observing how people functioned, how people behaved in different situations. The thought processes, it was just like a movie in front of me. So I started detaching myself from the role and actually putting on a bigger hat to see it much more deeper. And that's when I started unpacking every situation. I started seeing, we all know there are different kinds of people, But what kind of drives them is something that we don't give too much of thought to, because everybody, we're all busy in our daily lives. So somewhere I started blurring out lines. Did somebody call out? Am I clear?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's when I started understanding, why not blur out these lines and see and do it at a much deeper level. So though it was a job that I was holding, I started understanding people much deeper. So though it's a person who is extremely productive, or if it's a person who is being somebody who's involved in a lot of gossip or whatever, any kind of a person or a situation, I started dissecting it. And I went down to the deepest level. And what I saw there was something which fascinated me very much. Underlying everybody's behavior, I saw that everybody is looking to be happy. At the end of the day, what everybody wants is just to be happy. So functionally, however people might behave, but the underlying factor was that is their happiness. And the reason why they do functionally things different is because they do not know why they are even behaving in such a way, because they do not know how to get to that happiness point. So a lot of people use positive things. There are people who use negative things also. And that's when I started researching more, experientially started observing things around me, where I wanted to understand what was this happiness which is making people function differently yet looking for it. I mean, it was too much of it might sound crazy, it might sound madness as to whatever path I took and however I was doing it, but it worked. Because what I felt was, the underlying factor that we miss is that the pursuit of happiness is a never ending one. Today, whatever is happiness to me, tomorrow it might be something else. And that is when I started understanding that there is a difference between being happy and being joyful. Because when we are happy, we'll want to celebrate. We want to tell everybody, we want to show that we are happy. But a person who is truly joyful will just be silent. They're okay even if people see that they're joyful or not. They're okay even if nobody even notices it. And I saw that the major difference which is happening between people who are grounded and who are not grounded, or who work differently, there was the slight difference. But again, is everybody doing it consciously? No. None of them is doing it very consciously. It is, we're all nothing but products of our own past, products of our own experience, and in fact, maybe products of our own perspectives. And a person who is able to kind of peel the layers and get into the deeper levels is somebody who is learning it on their own. Somebody will learn if they're taught, or somebody opens it up to them, or whatever it is. But at a core level, everybody is looking to be happy. And maybe that's what gave me a direction to start working on things in a much deeper way. Now I got to this point, but how do you apply it, or how do you bring in people from different walks? Now, when we are working in an organization, there are people starting from the senior management to the blue collar workers. And I was a kind of a person who started connecting to everybody, I can say, at the same level. Maybe that's the reason I worked, or I can say that even till today, though I've quit my job or anything, the way they're still connected, the way they're still getting back to me for anything, or I feel so welcome there, is because what I was doing was something beyond my job. Now, had I been sitting down and thinking that, oh my God, I'm only doing a job, but I'm not getting time to build my career, this might not have happened at all. Because career is something that you're passionate about, fine. Maybe in my situation, the job and career somewhere went hand in hand, but a lot of us might not be able to do that.
Yes.
But again, now suppose we'll take a very simple example. Suppose you want to be a painter. Suppose, you love drawing, you love painting, and you really want to be such a big painter. But your job is so busy that, you do not have time to do that. The problem with us humans usually is that we look for an ideal situation. We look for an ideal time for us to start. We look for a lot of us, oh, if I had a week's time, or if I had a month off or a 6-month off, I just want to take vacation and I want to paint. As much as we would all love that, reality is definitely different. So rather than waiting for that ideal time to happen, how about spending 10 minutes at least a day just to give a stroke? So many 10 minutes or so many half an hours through the week, you can actually have a painting at the end of the week. Yes. And only when we start doing it in bits and pieces is when there is a chance for us even to be confident that, yes, I can paint. Because if we keep waiting for that 1 month or 6 months to even start to learn painting, where is the balance? We do not know if we are good at it or not. We might be, but we do not know, because being passionate about a business will not get us success. Once we say it is a business, there is a business acumen which comes into it also. I was listening to a lot of you when you were talking about marketing. I cannot agree more than that. You have literally hit it on the right point, because today, whatever we do, marketing is the major thing, or rather, I would even call it smarketing. People are getting so smart. In fact, I was also here listening to all of you when you were talking about the youngsters who are coming out. In fact, they don't even have a product. They don't even have a path or anything. But they are so consistently doing what they love that they're creating a path for themselves. Now, they are not starting saying that, I have a career in my mind. But whatever that they're doing, they are doing it so deep and so consistently. And aren't they failing? Of course they're failing. Aren't they doing mistakes? Of course they're doing mistakes. In fact, I even heard Mr. Sainath saying that mistakes, the failures are definitely something which are holding us back. But why not change that perspective a little and see that failure is just my feedback? It's not a failure. And I think the West, the US that you were all talking about, that's what they're doing. If this has not worked, fine, I will do something else. But how do I get to my goal? And that's exactly what the youngsters are doing now. And what were we taught? That you need to be 100% sure of what you're doing and only then take a step. And as I said, we are products of our own past, and that is what we have learned. And that is what we're trying to replicate. But a new world needs a new methodology. And that is nothing but experiment. We might think that, something is my goal and I would want to make a career out of it. But if you truly start doing, starting at any point and doing it in bits and pieces, you might even change your direction. What you wanted might actually not be what you wanted also. Try and test that. We do not have time to wait till the end of my job timeline so that I can start my career timeline. It can't happen. So how to take it hand in hand? How much can you experiment? And when I say experiment, it doesn't need all your time or all your effort. Just that little time, but of course it needs consistency. And can I integrate? Can I bring in what I love to the place that I work? Of course, there are hundreds of CPOs sitting there. Did I do anything different? Maybe I went a little mile extra and did not look at it as a job, but But if I may tell you today, I looked at that as my business. I looked at that as my own company. Now, if it was my company, how would I run it? And that's exactly what I did. I owned it up. When you start owning up what you do, what you love will search for you. I mean, that's something which I've seen out of experience. And as I said, joypreneur, who knows it? I mean, I don't know what joypreneur was. But again, I was thinking, because when I started getting into all these depths, what I felt was, am I being a regular trainer? Maybe I was doing a little bit more digging work into that, because wherever I start, I bring it to the aspect of self. Because unless you know yourself, I don't think, nobody else will know you, because what happens is, how you see yourself is how the world is going to see you. As much as we all know it, how much of us are actually experiencing it day in and day out? How much of us are actually living by it? So when I started experimenting all these things, the only thing which came up was, okay, fine, let me do what I want in the way that I want to. So when somebody who is passionate, or somebody who is, kind of nurturing an enterprise, if they can be called an entrepreneur, if I want to nurture the joy in people, why cannot I be called a joypreneur? That's how it came. And it was just a very crazy thing. And I put it, I said, fine, it's okay. Because again, in fact, I heard in one of the discussions here also, degrees are there, but how much of it is actually relevant to today's world? So when you have the skill, when you have the passion for it, create whatever you want. And when you believe in it completely, anybody else will believe in you. Because how much ever, you're working in a job, if you start thinking that, oh, I am in this job because of my parents, because of my spouse, because of my situation, we will just remain there. If we can start looking at it as to, okay, fine, I am here, because how much ever we worry, is there a way that we can step out of it? No, because had we had a way to step out of it, we wouldn't be sitting and cribbing there. So as much as we can accept the reality as it is, and the sooner we do, I think we will have better time to look at what we want to do. And how to integrate, what you want to do and what you still need to do, you will find a balance point somewhere in between. Is it defined? Definitely it will not be defined. Yes. You have to be the creator, and you have to take it ahead, and you need to risk it. And you know what? Staying in a job and risking it is much better than quitting your job and then risking it. If there are mistakes that you can do, if there's learning that you can do I'm sorry to say, but at somebody else's expense, do it. It's an opportunity that you have, because you have something secure in your hand also, as well there. So go ahead, experiment, fail, redo it again, and then, get back to what you actually want to do. And all of this can happen when you truly know yourself. Why do you want to do a business? Why do you want to get into a career as such? Is it because somebody else is doing it? Is it because, when I ask this question, a lot of us think that we are working for money. But what I've realized is money can never be your end goal. Now, will you be happy if I give you stacks of money? And because, you're not going to eat money. You're not going to do anything with that money. Money is just a means for us to buy what we want. So we all want to be successful, not to be rich, but to have the quality of life that this money can give us. So there's a lot of difference, because a lot of people think that they're working for money. You're not working for money. If you're actually in a job and still wanting to build a career, you're working not to make money to be secure here. You're actually working to build that security so that you can step into a career. If we can understand that, money is not our end goal, but just a means, the way we look at money is different. Again, at this point, I again agree with Mr. Sainath, because we are taught that being service oriented is a noble thing in our in our society. Indians as such, we are taught that. We are taught that, if there is money, it's always noble to give away. It's not noble to ask for money. And that's a guilt that we are fed in. So a lot of us look at money as emotion. But if we understand why we are making that and what our end goal is, then the end goal will become more important than what we are making now. The way we function will definitely improve. The way we function will definitely change based on the perspective that we hold. Hope I'm making sense.
Oh, yes, definitely. What points? Oh my God.
Yeah. So, had I thought of setting up a business linearly, like, okay, fine, I finished my studies, okay, fine, I'm working, now I want to set up my business, I might not have been able to look at it from a perspective that I'm doing it now. When I was supposed to do something, when I needed to do something, the way I owned it up opened up different avenues for me. So at that point, when I felt that, okay, it is the joy that everybody is looking for, but they're not knowing how to get there. A person, I can say, who's even indulging in office politics or, in gossiping, they're actually finding joy there, but they're not knowing that there are better ways to do it.
Yeah.
So that is when I started working with people. I started unpacking people to such an extent that today, I can proudly say that, yes, there is a change. There is a change. So if that is when I felt, it was empowering me more than what I could hold myself as. And somehow I came to a point that this is my purpose of life. And when I kept that to be the long term, or the bigger perspective than what I'm doing on a day in and a day out functionality, any problem which came didn't look like a problem, but it looked like a challenge to get to the next level. So I want to bring in all the problems so soon so that I can finish off learning all these things, because every problem comes only because to find a solution you have to go a step higher, and that is when you go a step deeper. And that's a wonderful opportunity to actually learn, to actually evolve. Yes. And as I said, I did not plan my career. My career evolved out of it. And it kind of, brought in such joy to myself that, as I said, I've made this my purpose. And again, money is not something which is driving me here. Will I not make money? Of course I will make money. Will I do it free of cost or, at a very lower price? No, I will not, because I believe in the quality. And again, what do I do when people cannot pay up for it? All that I tell them is, this is the value of it. You pay whatever you feel you're comfortable with. I'm okay with it. But I'm not going to devalue myself. You know what happens at this point? People come back to you. People, they feel so empowered. They come back to you. Even if they're not able to pay you now, they will, they value you and they take you forward. So when you have the whole community owning you up and literally working for you, literally they are taking me. I do not move out of my room, if I can tell you. I do not market, but it's happening. Because somewhere I felt, another interesting story is, like, if I have to tell you how I picked the name of my company, because I didn't know what I would call this. Okay, fine, I'll call myself a joypreneur, but what would I call my company? So one evening, my friends, we were all sitting together. They asked me, tell us in one word, what is it that you do? I said, I help people in aligning themselves. And that's when Align Joy came together. And so, as I said, it happened very organically because I was not planning for it, but I was very clear with what I wanted to do. I wanted to help people. Why I wanted to help people? Maybe I did not have somebody to guide me when I was making those few choices in my life. Maybe I did not have somebody standing up for me when I was growing, or when I was going through a lot in my life. And did I look at it as an issue? Of course, yes. There were days when I used to sit and cry as to why people are like this, why things are like this, and all of it. But what hurt me was something I learned out of. And that's how I started building. So every opportunity, every learning, I started putting them together. And if I look back, I can see that everything had a reason. Or I could also say that my way of looking at it made me realize that there was a reason. Now, had my perspective been different, maybe, how I would deal with it would be different or anything. But one bad habit that I always had was I always wanted to see what is at the end of the tunnel. I was hell bent on seeing what is at the end of the tunnel. So that kind of gave me the strength, the resilience, or whatever it is to hold on. So the reason why I chose this as a profession is because what I didn't have, if I could be for somebody, that felt very personal to me. So when you choose a profession, if you have a clarity as to why you're choosing it, you need not plan or try to grow it. It will grow you. So moving from doing to just being is something which will actually work. But the most difficult point is keeping it simple is the most difficult thing.
Yes.
That is where we tend to make a mistake. Now, to keep it simple, to just be, we need to develop a lot of patience. And believe me, as a person, I was the most impatient. And very impatient, very impatient. So that's why I tell people, if I could do something, believe me, anybody in the world can do it. Anybody in the world. So that's how I started building through it and got into, and in fact, as you rightly said, evolved into being a joypreneur. And today, do people understand? Of course, people understand. Do people accept the word joypreneur? Of course, everybody loves
they
the
do
word.
accept.
Yeah, they love it. In fact, I get inquiries only to understand what this joypreneur is. And when they understand what I do, they're like, please come and do this for us.
Great, great.
If you see here, the reason why this happens is because, as I said, at a core level, we are all the same. We are all looking for that joy. But functionally, we might do 100 things, we might say 100 things. So if we can understand what is true to our core, if we can align to that, life will just happen. Passion, career, anything will just happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very true. Wonderful point. I mean, it's like an inspirational journey, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we move to the next, and I have a question for Seema. Hey, Seema.
Hi. Hi.
Seema, I have a question for you. Like, how do you handle clients who are in jobs due to compulsion? How do you handle them, being a life coach, an NLP coach?
Yeah. So I think Padmaja has covered a lot of points in terms of, I mean, she's expressed it beautifully in terms of like people are there in a place for a reason. Sometimes they may not know what is that reason, or they know it unconsciously, but at a conscious level, they are not aware. And I truly believe that everybody has a choice. And it's the decisions that they have made which has landed them where they are in that point of time. So they may call it that it's a compulsion, but at that point of time, what I tend to usually do is to help them go inwards and check what is it that they really want out of a job. Why are they there for the first place? What is their intention? What is their purpose behind doing that job? Like Padmaja mentioned, that when they get themselves involved in gossiping or some kind of politics or whatever, what is it giving them at the end of the day? They, like she mentioned, they all are in some way, some form or the other, want to experience an emotion, either happiness, joy, peace, security, certainty. So at the end, whatever they're doing, it's like we are human beings. And I think Padmaja also pointed out about, it's not what you're doing, but who you're being in that role. So I help them discover that who are they being in that role? When they're doing a job, who are they being? Sometimes we tend to play a victim role. And we tend to focus. I'm so sorry. I'm outside. I think there was background noise. I'm sorry about that. So who they are being, right? They tend to fall into the victim place because maybe they need some kind of attention. Maybe they need some security. Maybe they need some appreciation. So where is their focus going? So I help them discover and observe where is the focus, what is their purpose, where is their focus, and what does being in this situation ultimately gives them. And finally, again, Padmaja pointed out in her journey also, what is the larger goal? What is their dream? What do they really want? Like if there was an ideal scenario, what would they really want? And when they are connected to that, this seems like a small obstacle. Like, oh, is it really a compulsion? Is it really helping me get to where I want to? So when they align with that right, this is in some way helping me achieve my larger goal, then it's not a compulsion at all. I hope it's making sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was in a job which I liked. I actually thoroughly loved that job, but I found myself in a place where I was making excuses about, oh, this is not working well, or that is not working well. My boss changed and I'm not getting along with my boss. But when I introspect, just give me a moment. When I introspected, I realized that was a phase when I also became a mother. And I experienced that, some part of me wanted to be with my children. And one part of me wanted to, also enjoy and, work and experience. You do feel powerful, right? When you're in a good position. And I felt torn, right? So I would constantly look for reasons why I should be here and not there. And when I am there, I would find a reason to be here. So I found myself split between two roles. So aligning yourself in looking at what is my larger goal is, and what role am I playing here? And what role am I playing when I'm being a mother? And how I'm balancing both the roles. I think became my core principle that, who are we truly within and the different roles that we play. If those roles are not fulfilling the needs of the true me, then I would feel split.
Right. Yes.
So I usually, especially I work with women, so I help them explore all the different roles they're playing, where they feel more fulfilled. What is it that they're doing there? Who are they being there? And what if that part can come into the other role? And then discover who truly they are and what is their purpose. And when they're aligned with that purpose, I think all the answers are within themselves. So how I felt within created how I felt outside. So I felt split between the roles that I was playing. So even at work, I was looking for things that's not working or what's work instead of looking at what's working.
It's said like, you want to do something, you will do it, or else you find excuses.
Right. Yeah. So that's one way. I mean, with my own personal experiences, when I share the stories is when something starts unpacking, like Padmaja also mentioned, that what do they really want at the end of the day? And when they connect with that and their larger goal, the blocks or the challenges in between don't seem too big.
Huh.
Right. Shailaja is thinking.
Since
So,
we both do similar work, I think, Seema, whatever you're telling, I'm agreeing with you.
Right, I know. So I noticed that she was checking that, yeah, does that work that way? Or
No,
yeah.
I do the same thing. Recently, a similar case happened also, Seema, like you were mentioning. We need to look within and outside. There was this lady who came saying that I want to start a cloud kitchen. That is my passion. And she is basically a transformational coach. She said, I'm not happy with this because I'm not getting much money in this. So I want to switch over to doing a cloud kitchen. And like you said, we just started working on the inside part of it and all that. And then we came to a place where she said, no, I want to go back to being a transformational coach. I think cloud kitchen is not my forte. So yes, I agree with you on that score.
So at any point of time, I think we all have choices. We make those decisions in that point. Yes, circumstances make the difference, but at the same time, if you don't allow the circumstances to take over your thinking, is when something starts opening up. Then you find a way.
Especially as women, I think we get into that space where we have to take decisions and make different choices in life.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, there are a lot of phases in life where we get into that phase. Very true.
Yes,
very true.
Absolutely.
That situation. I mean, that's where we have to actually, make a decision, a very strong decision. And
yes, I think we are very fortunate in that we get the chance to get so many opportunities that we can explore, unlike the men.
Yeah,
I just take it
also,
like that.
Also we as women, we are born nurturers, right? It comes naturally to us to nurture. I mean, we've been given the gift of giving life, right? So we have this natural ability to nurture, and when we think of any roles, we get into it completely, in a way, like we want to be this best daughter, best wife, best mother, best employee as well, and even a best boss. So and we nurture those roles, and in nurturing that role, sometimes we tend to forget ourselves. So my work majorly is into helping them find themselves, who they are within, that inner strength, which is actually fueling all the other roles. And when they are in touch with that inner strength, I think taking decisions will come naturally again.
True. Yes. Yes, Seema. Thank you, Seema. Okay, my next question is to Veenal. Veenal?
Hi.
Hi, Veenal.
Hi, Niharika.
How are you? How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Well, I just, it's okay, I can speak, but I have a very bad throat.
Okay, that's okay. But you're comfortable, right? You're fine?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, how is personal branding important in career achievement? Since you are an image consultant, so what is your say on this?
So, hello everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much, Sainath and the Strong Human Network for letting me be a part of this alongside some very amazing women. I've been a part of the session, I think, for 1.5 hour, and I've been learning a lot. And as Padmaja said, we're all on a very, our goal is very similar. So, firstly, I would like to begin by talking a little bit about personal branding. I apologize for my voice. I think, please let me know if I'm not audible because I have a really bad throat. And
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay, all right. So, firstly, I would like to talk a little bit about what is personal branding and what personal branding is to me. So, Jeff Bezos has rightly said that personal branding is what people talk about you when you're not in the room. So as an image coach, as an image consultant, I work, we as image consultants work on the visual elements of an individual, so that we can up their game in their professional as well as their personal life. So now this visual elements involve their appearance, their grooming, what kind of clothes to wear, and also body language, etiquette, and so on. So whatever makes you visually appealing. So I wanted to do something a little beyond that. And for me, I believe transformation lasts the longest when it's done from the inside, right? When it's an inside out approach, the transformation lasts the longest. So that is why I decided to, start my personal branding programs. So personal branding to me is infusing a little bit of your personality into what you do, in your job, in the clothes you wear, so that you're able to stand out, you're able to be visible. Because I feel like if you are not visible, you are lost. So no matter how amazing you are, as a person, in order to get that opportunity, you need to be seen. And the whole point of personal branding is ensuring that you're reflecting the right kind of, your values and who you are as a person. If you want to appear professional, if you want to be creative, how do you show it through the visual elements? And whether we like it or not, we as individuals are a brand. So if we are not consciously working on it, maybe we're a bad one. But some of us do not need to work on it. But some people, we need to consciously put in an effort. So when I talk about personal brand, I also talk about presence, right? Both offline as well as your online presence. So now coming to the question, how does personal branding help in career advancement? So a lot of always most of the personal branding things are related to career advancement, but also personal brand has a huge impact on our personal lives as well. When you work on yourself intentionally, you look confident, you feel confident, automatically there is a positive thing happening in your head. You're more your self-image is better, your self-esteem increases, you have a better self-confidence. So now personal branding in career advancement is, of course, when you are an expert in a field, you would want people to know about it. And when you project yourself as a brand, you have, say, for example, that Facebook page or that YouTube, channel, you're posting a lot of information there, you're giving out your expertise. Or a small example would be posting an article on LinkedIn. So people start to resonate with you. People who are like-minded like you will start to follow you. They'll start to resonate with you. Then a lot of opportunities open. But if you're an expert and you keep it within yourself and nobody knows about it, then there are chances that you might not, you might not get a chance to, say, go on that talk or give a workshop and so on. Also, when you project yourself as as a good personal brand, like for example, if in a corporate environment, if you're a manager who is a woman, a strong independent woman who is carrying herself well, speaking well, automatically people think of you as reliable. People see your work, that's why they think of you as reliable. They see you as a strong independent woman, and then they want to give you opportunities. They'll probably put you up for a leadership role, you might get that promotion. So personal brand is actually for all kinds of professions. Whenever you want to project the best kind of image, it's a form of self impression. That's how I would like to put it in short words. Also, when personal branding is involved, we are constantly building networks. And when we are building network, we're meeting people. Now this can be online, of course. Now a lot of things are online, but when we meet people, say for example, today, we have met so many different women. I never knew many of the women on this platform. And today I got a chance to be here, and I'm aware of different kinds of professions, different kinds of women. So automatically this opens opportunities for us to work with each other. You know, we've already made an impression. Yeah, by now we've already had certain impression about the different women who have spoken on the panel. So this opens again opportunities. Now that is career advancement, even if we are entrepreneurs or a corporate person. So this is why I believe that no matter who you are as an individual, whether you're an entrepreneur, if you're somebody who, you know, wants to find the right kind of target audience, you need to be able to resonate with your target audience. So you need to reflect that through your offline as well as your online presence. So if you go online and if you'll check, a lot of personal branding is related to digital marketing. Like it's more about, you know, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and all of that. But I feel your Instagram or your online presence should be in sync with who you are as a person offline as well, right? So when we will have to meet some people someday, and at that point also we should be able to reflect our best self and our most authentic self. So even as professional students, and I feel that image consulting and personal branding should have been taught to us way before, like at least in school. Because I've seen when I worked in I was working in corporate 2 years back is when I left my corporate job, and I was 23 or 24 back then. And that is when I started my journey to get certified as an image consultant and so on. And I just realized that people have good technical skills, people have great degrees, but you know, sometimes people are not able to reflect themselves in the best manner. So because of that, a lot of good people who are really capable are sort of overshadowed by others who are actually able to present themselves well, or even like communicate well, and so on. So these things matter a lot. Even something as simple as building a resume. I don't think, even in my MBA, I don't think we were taught that, like properly how to build a resume. This is something that we have learned all on our own. So I feel like, you know, personal branding is for everyone, and everyone should definitely work on it, and it's definitely going to reap your rewards.
Definitely.
So that is my answer.
Yes. Thank you, Vinal.
Thank you, Niharika.
Okay, we move on now to Shailaja. Shailaja, in fact, I wanted to ask you if you had actually faced any such clients you worked with. So can we have that short story of the cloud kitchen person you were saying, or maybe any?
Yes, I can definitely tell you. If you want me to repeat that cloud kitchen one?
Anything you feel, you know, it resonates with this.
Okay, I can tell you 2, 3, but I'll start off with the cloud kitchen one. So this happened about 15 days back, and she said that she wants to start a cloud kitchen. She's based in Andhra Pradesh. So she said, I want to start a cloud kitchen, and I'm looking particularly for Rajasthani cuisine. Then we started, I started working backwards. I said, you know, we started doing the coaching, and then asked her why you want to jump from being a transformational coach to cloud kitchen. She said, that is my passion. But then later on, after we started work on her, she started realizing that that was not her passion. And then she messaged me one day, I think I got what you were trying to tell me. This is not my code. I would like to go back to my transformational coaching only. So that is one. Another one is really strong. There was this woman who wanted to do something related to drawings, but she wasn't sure about how she wanted to go about it. And being a homemaker, she wasn't getting much opportunities either. She came to me one of the days. I think she was like knocking at my institute door for about a week, because she was coming at the wrong time, obviously. And finally, she was so determined that one day she just waited there till I came, and she said, I want to do these things, but I don't know, and nobody's helping me. So I heard that you help women. I said, yeah. And then we started working on that. And she didn't even know to draw. So I said, no, it's okay. You don't have to necessarily know how to draw. And I asked her to do a Photoshop course. So she did a Photoshop course and she was like thrilled to the core. And later on, she gave a government exam, which I told her that we got that done for her. And now she is in a company. She is the head of the department for design. They're designing T-shirts.
Wow.
Yeah, she's still, this is like 6 years back, but yeah, every year, like she calls me on all special occasions. She keeps talking about me. Yes, very determined lady, but yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Shailaja.
Yes. I can go on and on with my examples, but I think this is enough.
Yes, we will hear you definitely. So, my next question is to Deepthi. Hey, Deepthi.
Hey everybody, good evening.
Good evening. So Deepthi, how did you take the decision of, your current job? Like you've been into a corporate sector, right? And now a startup.
Yeah.
So what made you, move this way, and how did you manage?
Okay, so before I jump to the answer, I'd like to beat around the bush a little bit. So firstly, many thanks to Saina, the Strong Human team, Niharika, and everybody for that matter for staying in touch and having me here. I'm like really, really delighted to see some wonderful women with whom I'm sharing this virtual stage. And I've been writing about it extensively on my LinkedIn and on my WhatsApp status as well. So excited to be here. And before I start, I'd like to start with this short two-liner poem that I made for all of us women, given that tomorrow is Women's Day, and I'd like to wish all you wonderful women that I see on video, off video, a very, very happy Women's Day in advance. So here it goes. Every woman has every woman has it in her to spread her wings and soar high. Every woman has it in her to spread her wings and soar high. It's just that she needs to remember to look at the shackles, cut them, and say bye-bye. So that's the short two-liner poem that I had for all of us.
Very cute. Very nice.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So yeah, so on that note, I'd like to start with my answer in terms of, what made me really switch from a corporate job to a startup. Just for everybody's knowledge, I've not yet joined the startup. I'll be joining on the 11th of March, but I've been associated with them, helping them in the background for the past 4 months, if you may put it that way. So what propelled me, towards a startup is given the fact that I never envisioned myself as a business person, to be very honest. I always looked at myself as a quintessential employee, someone who will do great in a corporate career and, who will climb up the ladder and someday probably be I didn't even envision myself as a head or something. I was like, maximum in my career, I'll reach somewhere, it would be like a VP or something like that. And then I'll be done. I'll rake in all the money and retire and go, traveling here and there and all that. Given the fact I have like close to 8+ years of work experience, those are the kind of dreams that I had for myself, to be very honest, until unless I met this young chap who's the founder of this organization, a phenomenal guy. He told me, Deepthi, what are you doing? Like, you can be a woman entrepreneur. Do you realize that? And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, do you see me? I am in no way a woman entrepreneur. Like, I'm not cut out for it at all. Okay. And the fun part being between me and my husband, I had always envisioned that he would be the one who would be starting a business, because he was always very passionate about, I should start up on my own and all that. And here I am, I am sitting and I'm like, okay, now I'll be heading the HR and business part of this organization. And it, I was so scared. You have no idea. This conversation has been going on since 8 months. And I was so scared for 3 months, thinking, oh my God, I have to head something, not the fact that, it'll be a great learning opportunity, but it's a big responsibility to think the fact that you have to head a startup, okay? And like a lot of people will put in their faith in me, okay? The company will put its faith in me, and the part wherein we have to grow in revenues, we have to grow in numbers. I'll be actually deciding who joins the organization, we'll give them salaries. I'll be one of the people who will be giving the salaries to people, and my God, I mean, it sounded so scary. I had sleepless nights, okay? And after a point of time, it slowly dawned upon me, I was like, why am I underestimating myself so much? Like, there is this guy who thinks that I'm worth it. And there might have been hundreds of other people whom he would have reached out to. Like, he could have reached out to. I don't know if he reached out or he didn't. But there were hundreds of others whom he could have reached out to, who could have grabbed this opportunity with both their hands. And here he was sitting with me, convincing me that, come join us. And this woman's dedication is for that guy. Like, he totally, waited for 8 long months, being patient with me. And now I'll be joining him on the 11th of March. I think I realized that it's an opportunity, a great big opportunity for learning, but apart from that, it's also a great big responsibility which I'll have to shoulder with a lot of maturity and a lot of patience. And like how Padmaja was mentioning, she's impatient. I think Padmaja, probably I'll be in that same competition. I'm like way more impatient than you can ever imagine. And given the fact that now I am stepping into the world of startups, I can more, I can relate more in terms of the problems that people face on ground rather than listening about it from someone else. My purpose of life, ikigai as people say, that's the fancy, but my purpose of life has always been helping people. So I have been an ardent contributor in terms of, contributing to the NGOs or giving my knowledge for free or anything of that sort. And now I realize that here I have a chance to actually help people build their careers, have jobs with us, get paid for it, and I feel so thrilled, to think about the fact, and how Sainath mentioned, sometimes you also have to be the job generators. You can't always rely on someone else to generate the jobs for you. And that is my typical mentality. And given the fact that it's going to be a new phase of my life, I would say that I don't think I'm still well prepared for it. I think I'll still keep learning on the go. I'll have my set of failures. I'll have my set of successes. I'm open, I now have an open mindset that yes, I can do it. And I would really want to take that plunge into, the startup scenario to ensure that, the people who put in their faith in me, in our company, which is Apply.ai, I do a good job about, going about it. So yeah, those are my thoughts on how I made a switch from a corporate life to a startup. It just went, and I owe it.
Oh, the very best.
Excellent. We wish you all the very best.
Yes, for your new venture.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll have some more sleepless nights now.
Your energy is so infectious, and that's definitely going to take you miles ahead. All the very best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Padmaja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepthi. Thank you for sharing that. My next question is to Varsha. Hey, Varsha.
Hello, Niharika, and hi, everyone. Sharing this virtual stage with you all.
So
wonderful to be in this.
Yes, Varsha, go on. Yeah.
No, I said it's.
I guess your voice is...
and feeling really great. Am I audible?
Your voice is cracking. Better? Is it only with me or everybody?
No, it is cracking.
It's breaking slightly, but yeah, I think now it's better. Probably, Varsha, you can switch off your video and speak. I think there is some...
am I better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Better. Yes, better.
Is it audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but it was cracking, but I think now it's fine.
Hello?
I think if it's a bandwidth issue, you can switch off your video and talk version. Probably that will set the audio problem right.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible. Shall I go ahead, Varsha?
Yes, Niharika. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Yeah. Okay, my question to you is.
Sorry for the glitch.
No, that's okay. Happens. How emotional intelligence is important at a workplace and career at large? What do you feel? How important is emotional intelligence?
Interesting question, and across so many speakers talking about how they have incorporated in finding their own passion and making a career out of it. I'm sure everybody would have dealt with this particular journey of handling ourselves, right? Maybe Deepthi, be Padmaja, Shailaja, I'm sure you'd all agree to it. So let me quickly walk you through a workplace scenario first. Now, and I just want to make it a little more interactive here. I hope I have that space rather than, all right. Thank you so much for that. So it was one particular situation where, the offshore team and the on-site team, they wanted to connect, right? And the reason for the meeting that was being scheduled is all for because they want to meet, connect with the manager. So there is somebody who has to schedule a call from the offshore team, and this person takes up that responsibility to schedule the meeting and send it across an invite to all the team members to join that part of the that particular meeting, and everybody accepted it. Now, what happened here is manager was not able to join the call, and the moment this particular person who scheduled the meeting got to know this information, he sent a email requesting everybody, send it off.
We lost you for a while, Varsha.
Fair, step. Was it again?
Okay. Yes. Now it's okay. I guess you can switch off the video. I think that will support the
Am
bandwidth.
I audible now? Is it better?
You are audible. You can switch off your
shall.
video and talk. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So this person who holds the responsibility of sending the invite, ensuring that everybody on boards, joins the particular call. The purpose or the agenda of the meeting was this particular manager had to connect with the on-site people, right? So that was the agenda. Now, having said that, this manager was not available, so this person took, the next step of canceling the meeting. I think it is fair enough. What do you think so? He sent an email saying that
the meeting is
this wouldn't be possible today, and let's call off because the manager, the whole purpose was this manager wanted, connect with the on-site people, right?
Yeah.
But what turned out is manager came back to this person and he was screaming at him saying, why the hell did you cancel the meeting? Right? And this person told, boss, it was the agenda of the meeting was for you to connect with the entire team on the on-site to get to know as you have joined newly in the organization. And hence, as you were busy with your schedule, I took a decision of not moving it forward or not, taking it, rescheduling at a later point of time.
Okay.
It turned out so bad that he used all the kind of these languages. Now imagine what this person could have done. And do you think this manager was mature enough to handle this situation? Or it is very common for us. It is important for the manager also, all right? And it is also important for that person with no fault of being, knowing the situation, taking a step to reschedule it at a later point of time, which I think is a fair option he or she chose.
Yes.
What do you think could have been the impact now of this manager behaving like this? What do you think it could have led to? Was he mature enough? And what do you think of the impact this could have led to?
Probably,
you can share your thoughts on the mess. Yeah, everybody.
There would obviously be disturbances between both of them, or maybe one might have left the job.
Okay, great. Anything
you
else?
also mentioned that this manager is new to the role, so maybe the impression that he's creating as being a new person is something which keep a lot of them at bay.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So what is that you think he could have done differently?
Taken a moment to understand what happened and why it happened.
And he didn't do anything wrong, right? Because the core agenda was all about his presence was so important there. And as Padmaja, you rightly said, he could have taken a moment of pause. That pause is what's something which can just fire us up and bring a new different version of us. Because while we are happy, while we are so calm, while we are so kind of very very peaceful, or we are so engrossed in our own happy moments, we are actually very good. We are very nice to everybody within us and also around us. Now, where this emotional intelligence at workplace, comes in place is these are the different crucial conversations or situations where exactly is where you have to just be aware of yourself that is this a trigger for me and what is it that best I could do. If that moment of pause, and they say, if I have to talk about the statistics of what really happens at the functional level in the brain, it's just 0.07 seconds is what it takes us for for a trigger to just putting us in a different state altogether. Either we enable towards or we take a step towards a positive interaction or a positive outcome to happen, or we just make that scenario so upsetting and so damaging for ourselves and also people around us. Right? While another story that I could share here is there was one more manager, all right, and they found another person in the team member who is not doing or ensuring that the deliverables are not met. Found that person is losing the concentration, is not really focused at work, right? And they also found that even in the meetings is not interactive. So this manager, what she did was she was so observant in seeing, okay, this person is not able to achieve the outcome, so that she always has an option. Hey, you know what, you're supposed to do this work, all right, there are different styles again, so you're supposed to complete the work, and why did you don't do? I mean, no matter, I don't care what's going on in your life, but I see you're lost somewhere and I want you to get the work done. But no, that didn't happen. Well,
Okay. Vasha, you there?
what she did is she called very attention. Yeah, I'm there. Can you listen to me? Am I audible?
Yes. Now, yes.
Okay.
We lost a bit in the middle.
So this manager did something differently. What is that different thing she did? She was observing every bit, all right, at the work level. The outcomes were not being achieved. Personally, how he was behaving. Was he lost? Okay, when he was in desk, how is he, focused towards his work? How is he interacting with the colleagues? So every bit of it, she was kind of, keeping a watch. It is not about micromanaging, but she took a genuine care to understand, is it something else that is stopping him? Because she knew that this person has the ability, has the technical
Varsha, we can't hear you.
The deliverables, but what is that is currently not making this.
Yes, go on now, go on. We are losing you in between. Maybe it's network issue.
Am I audible now?
Yes, now you are. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Varsha. Yes, Varsha. You're audible. You're audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes. Now you are.
Hello.
Yes, Varsha. Go on. You're audible. You're audible now. Varsha?
I think she's unable to hear us.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Varsha.
Varsha,
are you able to hear me?
Varsha?
No, I think she's got network issue probably.
Network issues.
We are losing her voice in between. Yeah, she's speaking, we are not able to hear. Varsha, we are unable to hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
My voice is still breaking?
Yeah, it is a little bit cracking, but what's happening is in the flow of conversation, we are losing you in between.
You can move to a different
I'm sorry
place.
about it. Completely
You can move to a
unexpected.
different place in your room
No,
itself.
Maybe, yeah. You can move to a place where, at your wherever you are, where the network is good, or
sure.
Is it
I
on
hope it should
mobile
be better
network?
now. No, I'm
yes.
connected on a Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi? Okay. Yeah, I think it's good now. Yeah.
So
Varsha, sometimes it might help, if you connect through 4G, even if you're at home.
Yes.
No, yeah. So maybe if you can connect through your 4G, I think it might help.
Okay. In fact, I'm connected on 5G, so I think that's a stronger bandwidth. Still facing that issue.
Now it's
all
good.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about it.
No, that's okay.
So I was just talking about the second case where this particular manager took this person for a one-on-one conversation and was trying to really understand, hey, you know what? I mean, it didn't just start, you know what? I'm seeing that you're not achieving the deliverables. You're not, performing so well. What's wrong? No, it didn't start off with there. It just, had a very casual conversation asking, how are you? How are your things? How's life? What are you up to? Generic conversations. And then took over him to a coffee, space and asked him about in fact virtually also this happened, and she asked her, hey, can we connect over a virtual coffee? All right, this happened a couple of times, once before the COVID and once during. It's a real time scenario, which is what I'm talking here. So the second time is again connecting post COVID over virtually, but both the times she asked him to come over a coffee. And thereon she said, I understand that this is not you who you are. There is some dip that is happening, right? And I'm sure there is something else that is disturbing in your life. Let me know what it is so that I could, see how I can be of help to you, right? So this person, what is and then he didn't share the entire story. He was definitely having a personal side challenge, what he was going through, and that is what was disturbing him. In fact, he was also losing his health. He was having sleepless nights, and that was, showing up in his body, in his mind, where he was not even able to focus and, give his 100%. So manager took this effort, and this person felt a great relief that I can open up and talk myself with what it is that is happening. And she said, you know what, if you can balance both, great. Otherwise, I would request you to take a week off, relax, look into it and what can help you there, figure it out, and then come back and join us. I will take care of that lack of the 6 days of productivity or whatever is being lined up at your space. I will ensure that we will meet up the work done, the work to be done. So here both were managers. But what made the difference is it is not about just being transactional. It is all about connecting people at the human level. And that is what is all emotional intelligence is all about. And if this can happen at the workplace, and I'm sure he will never ever forget this manager for his lifetime.
Absolutely.
Right? While the other person will also not forget because of a bad experience that was a pain, because the foul language that he used, right?
Yes.
So both the ways, so, it'll still be as a
It'll
memory
stay.
or an experience, but the impact, the moment you think about them, there will be a big smile. You will start paying gratitude for them, for being understanding, for being empathizing, for taking that extra step. So if we can connect somebody at the emotional level is where the true bonding, the relationship can start happening.
Absolutely.
So likewise, there are different situations at workplace where we are being put down, where we are criticized, where we are being felt underestimated, right? Where our opinions are not being taken, consideration, or for the matter, a lot of them feel that they are not being appreciated. And end of the day, as Padmajan, everybody we are all looking at is everybody seeks happiness, no matter what. And everybody is doing at the best what they can do. In small ways, can we show a genuine appreciation? That will make people to come back, to do more. If you want people to do, the extra mile, I think, we should be having these qualities, and these are the qualities of an emotionally intelligent person. Be it a leader, not necessarily only leaders should demonstrate this. If every team member can appreciate each one of us, how do you think the team would be? Again, a real-time scenario that I would like to share. In a span of 2 years, right, there's one particular team, a project with a premier client of that particular organization. The entire team is there for the last 2 years since the inception of the project. While another team is also working for the same project, for the same client on a different deliverables, on in different accounts. But in that particular team, in the span of 2 years, 8 people have changed. And why do you think so that would have happened? People are not just being willing to be that part of a team. While here, people are not willing to just move out of the team. End of the day, the results or whatever you want to do is something that is standard. We cannot compromise there. But what is that differentiating factor? What is that X factor that can make people, to really, really go the extra mile or to be, more kind? I think that's where emotional intelligence plays a greater role.
Yes.
I hope these situations, people who were, a part of a corporate life would have been able to resonate with each one of you at different levels in your own journey.
Definitely, yes. And I think the same applies in your personal life as well.
Absolutely.
So it's
the most of the time we spend is on work front. Today, if you see, especially with work from home, the productivity of the time that has been invested, everybody is like beyond 12 hours. Earlier, at least it was in the shift 9, they walk in at 9 and they might even stretch up to 6 or 7 and then they come back. But here it is, the productivity is actually more, right? So as a person, not only as a manager or a leader, but if that now, for example, in the first case, when this person was hurt, now it is important for him also to manage. Now he cannot go and shout back to his manager saying, how the hell you could speak this language to me? No, but it is important for him to manage himself as well. So that is one of the pillars of EI. You should know that this has been a trigger. So you should know that, becoming more aware of your emotions. And then you should also be able to manage yourself. So I would say IQ is an outer manifestation. EQ is an inner manifestation. Right? IQ is more about the hardware, I can say, if you have to connect, and EQ is the software. Now, both has to go hand in hand.
Yes.
Right? One cannot operate without the other. But what takes a higher role or the higher edge is definitely EQ, because as we say, degree can only take us to the foot doors of, an organization. But beyond that, we know today the different processes, the interview levels of what people are assessing at. They are assessing at people skills. And if you look at the people skills today, almost 80 to 90% of the people skills that we are all looking at, be it at any level in the organization, creativity, influencing, decision making, resilience, in communicating with people, self-motivation, all of these, they all fall under emotional intelligence. Beyond technical, that is only 20 or 20% it takes, or 15%. Rest, all the skills, they will definitely fall under emotional intelligence.
Very true. Thank you, Varsha. And yes, one more thing we would like to know from you is how should what is your suggestion or anything, like how should women become emotionally strong when they happen to face a tedious situation at workplace or maybe personal life also? So what is your suggestion? How do you, so it's like you have to give that pause of a second or a minute, or what do you suggest?
That is moment to moment we'll have to be aware. So I would say rather, we all love taking selfies, right? Can we start taking selfies of our mind as well?
Right. Yes.
Rather, what we do is, because of, or if it would have been like this, right, we tend to find victim cards. We have beautiful cards that we can always show up saying, hey, you know what? Because of the situation, because of that, because of him, because of my in-laws, because of my husband, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Or because I didn't have that awareness. Yeah, it's okay. So I would say wherever you are, however you are today, it is first important for, especially for the women. I think we always have this inner voice that kinds of stops us. Can I do this? Will people acknowledge? Will people appreciate? Will they allow me? Yeah. What will the world say? What will the society say? Will my
Yes.
Right? There's so much of inner conversation that happens within us that kinds of puts us as a lid. And when it becomes as a lid, then you will not be able to tap your own potential because that is closed. While the lid, if you can just open those lids and believe in yourself, that's where self-belief comes. So first is taking selfie of your mind. I'm going to talk more on self. So self-belief is what is more important. Unless and until we believe ourselves, world will not believe us. Trust me.
Yes.
Okay. To share my own story, I was a BTech graduate, all right? It is about 12 years back, and I was working in an MNC. I took a choice of knowing my passion, that I would love to connect with people. And what can really help people to create a breakthrough in their life is their mindset, their skill, right? And the behaviors and the actions that they take. If they don't do all this, and it is all about the inner journey is what is more important, if that doesn't happen, then I think people will not be able to achieve greater heights. So I took a plunge and moved into this space of world of training and consulting. When I did this, so many people, they didn't understand what is it I'm doing, even my family members. And me coming from an orthodox culture of where they really don't understand. They were like, she goes to college to take lectures. I said, no, I'm going there to make a difference in people's life, right? So what happened there is, again, when people started saying all this, I was like, what am I doing? Am I in the right track? Right? am I going to really, create, there's so much of, inner turmoil that was going on within me. It was always creating a self-doubt. Hey, you know what, Varsha, if you're not left the job, they would have told you're in such a big MNC and, you're doing so and so. And today, see what you're, you have to, and I couldn't go and share to anybody else as well. So there was a constant, inner fight that was going on within me. And over a period of time, I realized that, is that what I would want to listen to, or will I start taking an action to see where do I reach and the bigger picture what I have. So what most of us lose is we don't foresee the bigger picture, and the moment we tend to have a setback or a failure, we get so scared and feared, and we kind of resist ourselves to seek out for help. I think seeking out for help is something which all of us can do. Being vulnerable is what I would say, because we feel, if I ask for help, what will she think or what will he think? That's the first question. They will think that I'm not, so I don't have the capability, or I don't have, I am so and so, and still, what this lady is coming and asking for, right? So that is something. And I would always say that if we can reprogram ourselves, being willing in that space, right, to our emotional responses, I'm sure we can all resonate to any certain situation which was so not pleasant in our life. Now we think back and sit and think, hey, yaar, I could have handled it differently, right? Why did I shout so badly? It turned out really bad. That realization comes at a very later point of time. But if we can do that as a practice, I think when a similar situation comes, we will not repeat it again. So hence, a reprogramming of our own emotional responses will definitely help us, to empower ourselves. So selfie, self-belief, and being a woman, we always love to give others more priority, more, I always want to give more. This tendency of more is so high that at the end we lose ourselves. Having said that, self-care is something that we don't take as a priority for ourselves. Only when we reach to a situation or a challenge, I know I should spend some time for myself. Otherwise we always, put that as a last choice for ourselves. Right? Self-care will definitely help us, to become more physically fit, mentally fit, and emotionally fit. And once we are, balanced in all the three areas, and that's where mind, body, and soul comes into the picture. Now, if you don't take care of, if you just take care of your mind, body will automatically, sing. But if you take care of your body, it is like you have to always, connect and take care of all the different elements. I would say, self-care, selfie of your mind often, right? And self-belief. Most important, we don't take up responsibilities. So self-accountability will also help to a greater extent. This is my choice. Let me take it, one step ahead and see what comes out of it. Whatsoever it is, I will face it. And every situation, if we can again realign ourselves, reprogram ourselves, thinking that if it has turned out to the way of expected outcome, well and good. I think we have to celebrate it. Again, we always look out for other people to, appreciate and, celebrate. Why can't we celebrate ourselves? Every small milestone, I think we should start celebrating. That itself is so empowering. Because the moment we have to take up a different career and also manage our work, it's definitely important for us to be self-motivated. Otherwise, we quickly bounce back saying, no, mere se nahi hoga. This is not something that I can do. No, this is a difficult task. There is a whole lot of things definitely not possible by me. I'm not in it for it. It's very easy for anybody to do that. As Padmaja was saying, every day 1% of even we can do all of this. Eventually, this will become, an identity. It will become as a persona. It will just, will imbibe all those things. But all of these is what something is very important for us to ensure that we are moving ahead, we are evolving. It's a journey. We will, we will continue to evolve, but are we in the right direction is what something that we have to always keep a check about it.
Yes.
And it's very important that we have to start taking decisions in our life, right? And hence, that's again self accountability comes into the picture, saying if let me own it up what I've done. So I think these are the certain things that I would like to share at this point of time, which has helped me, and I believe for few already, quite a few of us are doing it. And to the viewers who are watching, if you are already doing it, please continue to do. And if it's something that you have just taken a pause, you were doing it earlier, maybe this could act as a reinforcement for us to, start again.
Yeah, Varsha, thank you.
Most welcome.
All right. So, Saina?
Can I add one more?
Oh, yes, Varsha. Yes.
Sure. It is always important for us to check people around us whom we are connected with, right? Because we would tend to drain our energies there as well.
Yeah.
Inspiration, role model, yes. They would just blink us at some point of time. But the more of our energy is being, drained, or, we tend to exchange our energies with people whom we connect. And if you find somebody who is taking your energy in terms of not being supportive, not encouraging you, always, finding, it's okay to let go. You can connect at a level and, not get into the deeper level. But we always feel so scared. And I think as women, it's so important for us to fight the fear within us first than the external fears.
Yes, very
we
important.
all have so much of inner fears within us. If we can start taking that one step of fighting within ourselves, I'm sure we will blossom and we will continue to make a whole lot of difference for ourselves first, to be in that zone of happiness more consistently. And the moment what you are is what you will give, right? So the moment you are happy, you will definitely spread more happiness within, around you as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think it is very important that people need to keep a check on people whom they are connecting. If not, always there are, people who can help us, empower us, and get help as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Niharika, for that, for helping me to add on, something more.
Value additions. Thank you. Thank you, Varsha. Thank you so much. Okay. So we'll go with another round of questions. I have some more for some of you. Padmaja, can you share any clients experience that who have faced a similar problem? How did you help them come out of it? What was your suggestion to them? Anybody has come with you with this query or challenge?
You mean the same thing that we spoke?
The career and the job, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because a lot of times what happens, Niharika, it's not just the client, your close friends, your family. There are so many people,
anybody,
who actually come with the same kind of a question, because that's an ongoing dilemma most of us have. What I usually tell them is, maybe I can say the first thing is, cut the noise in the head. We all have an internal voice, and that's something that we all respond to. In fact, wonderfully spoken, all these ladies here. Each person, I think, in a way or other, we have all spoken about the same thing. When we say believe in yourself, believe in ourselves, what are we believing? We are actually believing that voice that we have. And how you look at it, because what you believe as your voice is something which you're going to project to the others. So what you think of yourself is how the others are going to think of you. how you see yourself is somehow the others are going to see you. You know, if I may explain, like, suppose you don't feel very beautiful, you will not make that minimum effort also even to look good. But suppose, however we are, if we feel beautiful from inside, you know, it's actually seen even from your smile. So that is a voice that we all have. How we use that, I think, determines a large part of what we're going to do. If we keep it as voice, well, fine and good. But if that becomes the noise that we all have within, because even if we are doing wonderfully well, it's very easy to fall into a complacency where the voice talks that, you know, it's a routine again, so it's okay. Or also the overconfidence that somebody might have, the ego that people talk about, whatever it is the shift in the voice that everybody has. As long as you want to prove yourself, the voice tells you something. Once you've proven, there is a change in the voice that comes. So as long as we keep a check on what is happening with the voice inside and not let it become that noise, I think it'll help us have that balance in our mind. We will know, you know, if we can look at it as a second person or as a third person, and not identify with it completely, it gives you a chance every moment to check on what you are as a person. So that is what is going to help us even when we are testing and trying. Every time you test, if you can tell the voice that, okay, fine, it doesn't work, let's try something else. Or if the voice tells you that, fine, you know, you will just see it as a feedback. But the voice keeps telling you that, you know what, I told you. I know this will be, you know, falling down. I know this is going to happen. So how we use our own voice is something which is definitely going to make a lot of difference. And the second point that I would say is, you know your reasons. Why are you in a job? Why do you want to do a business? In fact, if I may pick the example, you know, one of the speakers spoke about the lady who was into cloud kitchen and transformation coach and again wanted to go back. See, this is happening because somewhere there is no clarity as to why you want to do something. Is it because, you know, there is a trend that everybody's talking about emotional intelligence, everybody's talking about, you know, something internally people want to do, become a coach overnight. A lot of people ask me, Padmaja, how do I become a coach? I don't know what to answer, because, you know, you cannot learn to be a coach. Because when you know, when she spoke so beautifully about emotional intelligence, because she connects at it at a very deeper level and she knows the reason why she's doing it. But if somebody wants to do, because I see a lot of ads, you know, do you want to be a coach? Please come, you know, join this. I mean, how can anybody learn to be a coach? You're already a coach. Maybe you want to learn how to do it systematically. There is a difference between the two. People are selling it like a product. That is one. And, you know, okay, fine, you know, the Swiggies are increasing, the Zomatos are increasing. That's why somebody wants to put up a cloud kitchen. But do I enjoy cooking? Do I enjoy just doing it, even if, you know, nobody pays for me? Even if, you know, my food goes for a waste, at least for the next 1 month? No, but people start looking at what is the margin that I can make, what is the you know, money that I can make. As I said, you know, if we focus on money, this is what the voice is going to tell us. But if we actually know the reasons, we will absolutely know if it is right for us or not. And we might know the reason, but we might not have a clarity of what the outcome could be. So the next point that I would definitely say is know your outcome. How much ever your reason might be right, you cannot be sure of success. There is no guarantee. Are you ready to fail and learn from the failure? Are you ready to get hurt and break your leg and make sure that, you know, you do not come back to this, do the same mistake again? Knowing that I want to do this is different, but knowing what my outcome might be or might not be. Being aware of what blocks might come in between could be another thing. So that will kind of give you a reason if you really want to go ahead and venture into your own business or not, or is it safe for me to live in the job? So this is something that I need. That is something that I do, that I want. I mean, as simple as my son is 12-year-old. I tell him the same thing. See, if you want to do what you love, or if you want to do what you want to do, submit me all your needs, your homework, your this, whatever it is. So he knows the difference between need and want. And as much as he might hate me today, I know for a fact that he will learn that he needs to finish the needs. And only then he has the freedom to experiment with the wants. So the difference, if we understand between the two, I think, we will have an answer. And another thing which I wanted to also share was, again, there was a discussion, somebody brought it up. We are all trained to get the best job, have a best family, have a best car, have a best thing. We are so much fed on the word best. We are so much fed on the word perfect. But the ultimate reality is perfection is an illusion. Best is definitely an illusion. So when we are chasing something which is an illusion, you will never be sufficient for your own self. Rather than that, if we start celebrating even a failure, okay, fine, I've failed. You know what? I know that this is not the way to go. So that kind of keeps up your spirits, because doing business or getting into and the entrepreneur journey, there's nobody to ask you every morning, what is your list of things to do today?
Yes.
And there is absolutely nobody to disturb me if I just want to lie down and, sleep the whole day. So where is the checkpoint for us? So if we can understand that, perfection is a little, because what happens is, even as entrepreneurs, sometimes even I fall into the same trap. You know what? I will step out only when the client is perfect. Only when the situation is perfect. Or if things are perfect, why would there be a need for us? So nothing can be a perfect unless we take it in bits and pieces and kind of, correct or work on every aspect of it. So knowing that it's not behind perfection that I'm running, but behind, maybe call it performance, or more than performance, I would say consistency. You know what I feel is, it's better to be a regular doer, who does the same thing every day, than be an adventurer who will venture out only once in a while. There is a lot of difference between the two. Maybe they're somebody who's doing it every day might seem to be a boring person, but that person has a better success rate or happiness rate or anything than the adventurers.
Yes.
So again, it can be the other way around also, because if the adventurer knows when to give in and when to step back, now it all depends on, again, the emotional intelligence. What is the reason why you're doing what you're doing? I think that's what matters. And if I can bring out a live example of one of the workshops that I was having, when I speak all these things, people connected to spirituality, people connected to Padmaja, you're talking something which is very ideal, how can I get into this? I mean, a lot of questions that I get. So one question which I will never forget in my life was, somebody asked me, Padmaja, the Maslow's hierarchy theory, right? So in the Maslow's hierarchy theory, whatever you're speaking is on the toppest level. Are you there that you're speaking all these things? I was like, wow, that's an amazing question. So the only thing that I could tell them was, am I there? Definitely not as a whole. But am I there in parts? Maybe I can say that I'm there in parts. And when I started at the basic minimum level, have I left that completely? Because what is the basic? It's your roti, kapda, makan. Now, what people understand or misunderstand is if you have to get onto the highest level, you should not be bothered about the basic levels. Now tell me, if I give you the best of the best in terms of spirituality or in terms of the recognition and all of it, and if I remove your roti kapda makan, will you exist? So what I had to tell them was, you can never take your foot off the lower levels just because you're aiming to be at a higher level. How you get into every level and balance it out based on the situation, based on the time. And when I started, did I complete my the basic levels and then start my journey of the self-discovery or whatever it is? No. I was doing this. And again, as I mentioned, maybe 10% every day I started getting there also. So if I have to answer that question directly, I am in all the levels and I will remain in all the levels. So the illusion and the misconceptions of whatever that we learn, I think that's what determines a lot. And that's where people get confused. Why am I able to do it? Why am I not able to do it? It's just because it's all in our understanding and how you're looking at it.
Yes.
And that's what I kind of tell them. Hopefully it makes sense, and hopefully they take it. Yes, they do.
Definitely makes sense. Yes, true. That's absolutely true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now can we have questions from the other participants, speakers, to anybody here?
I think I'll add a couple of points here. So, 1 second. Yeah. So, to be honest, see, when you're looking at your career and when you're looking at your job, let's say your current job, it's like it's more like a park, you can say. When you enter a park, you know that, okay, here is the seesaw, here is the garden, here is the lake, right? And here is the watchman, okay, like that. So you know where is that, and you need to know how to manage these things, how to go around this. So that is your office. But your career, it's like a forest.
It's a jungle.
It's a jungle. So you have to go, and when you go inside,
mystery box actually.
What makes you succeed is awareness, because there might be pitfall anywhere. There might be a snake anywhere. There can be a hole anywhere. There can be a tiger anywhere. So you have to be in complete awareness. So when I say complete awareness about yourself. Yeah. And then awareness about your surroundings. So that is your world exposure, like how well you are exposed. For suppose in the other example where the person was trying to go into a, cloud kitchen business and all. Okay. So they might have an awareness that cloud kitchen is a booming business. That is external awareness or world exposure, you can say. So that is why they contemplated on, okay, let me try cloud kitchen, why not? But again, I think Shailaja ma'am, she gave her the inner awareness again. So when your inner awareness and your external awareness has to match. If you start start just being yourself, that is fine, but you should also validate how the external world is. A lot of time external world is not yet prepared enough. A lot of people are not prepared enough. So you might be thinking at this level, but still the world might be at this level. And you need to accept that. You can't say that, see, there is something like what you think it should be like. Okay, and there is something what actually it is like. So when you have high goals for yourself, then you focus on what it should be like, and that is all. But when you see a career or a business, you should also see how it is actually like. That is knowing the market reality. So then only you will be able to evolve. So let's take coaching itself. See, the coaching, as you said, you can't teach coaching. You have to be first, you should be able to lead yourself. When you are able to lead yourself, then you can be a coach to others. Right? Now, that is one aspect to it. Now, then there is a second concept. 1 second. Yeah. And then you have to lead yourself. So when you lead yourself, then you will, then coaching practice will start. Okay, then there is also market reality. So how many coaches are there? How many customers are there? How many people are actually looking for coaching? Is coaching as a activity, how big it is? For suppose if you see in developed countries, it's bigger. In India, still it's slightly growing, right? So there are a lot of market realities also we need to understand. So if you want to succeed in your career, understanding market realities is very important. So for suppose in MBA, that is what we are taught. So there is this PESTLE framework. So political, economic, social, technological, environmental, legal, all this atmosphere, how this atmosphere is. And for suppose there is one factor called entry barrier. So if you are in a certain business, what is the entry barrier others have to enter into that market? If you are in a business where there is entry market is lower, then it means that there will be too much competition. So you need to understand, as a coach, you might be able to deliver what is required for your client. But if you want to be a successful coach, you should be able to understand the business environment around. And you need to look at the right opportunities also, which are going to take you to the next level. If you are stuck like, okay, this is what I'll do, I'll not do anything else, then you will definitely see failure. You have to be flexible. You need to be very persistent, and you need to have that strong intention that this is possible. But at the same time, you should be able to understand the ground realities and adapt accordingly. Then that will make you succeed, not just in coaching career, in any career. That is the most important thing. Internal awareness, external awareness. So emotional intelligence is about first internal awareness. There is no emotional intelligence without self-awareness. If you don't have self-awareness, people will not understand emotional intelligence. They think that emotions are like natural. It can on any situation can make me on. And they will think that there's some movie hero, and in that movie, some situation triggered the hero to become aggressive. So I have to be like that. They can't even understand regulation.
Why he got there. Yeah.
So this is how. And one more thing is that there is a lot of confusion in the society, because we live in a democracy and we are living in a market economy. So these two are very dangerous combination, because in democracy, everyone has an opinion. Even the dumb people have an opinion. Even the expert has an opinion. And many people take dumb opinion and expert opinion as the equal. That is a disadvantage of democracy. But yeah, and at the same time, market economy is what? Everyone is trying to sell you something. So there is a lot of confusion. There is no clarity. And market economy thrives on this confusion, right?
Yeah.
Because as much, if you want, say, market economy is what? Sell more. If you want to tell it more sophistically, it is give more value. Okay. But first of all, in democracy, there is no common value system. Very, very thin value system is there. And someone will say that enjoy, that is the value system. So you want beer, I have beer. You have cigarette, you want cigarette, we have that. So then the person who is selling will say that there is a demand, I am fulfilling it. That is what they'll say. There is a demand and I am fulfilling it. So at the end, you can't stop the seller to stop. Unless there is no demand, it won't stop. So this is the atmosphere in which we are conducting our business. So business doesn't exist independently. So if there is stability in the government, then only business will thrive. So tomorrow, if there is a war, your business, everything will change, right? Now, if you see after pandemic, lot of companies have come into hand wash business. If you see, there are a lot of new brands which have come, other than the Lifebuoy and all. Wipro has come into hand wash. Many local companies have started. Yes, right. So it's like evolving. So as you read the situation, then you evolve. And for that, it's a never-ending process. You need to be on your game all the time. Then only you will succeed in your career. A lot of people, they think they can't be like that. Yeah. One more thing related to Padmaja, which Padmaja mentioned, that higher level needs. So in fact, our previous generation, if you're talking about all these things, if it was not you, someone else, they will say that, okay, they are some Baba or something, and we can't reach that level. They would have already declared that it can't happen to them.
Can't happen.
The truth is that because there are a lot of people like us. There are a lot of people like us across the globe. And it's no more it's Baba, it's everyone. There is a certain segment, but let's say that segment is like, let's say 1% of the total population, or maybe even less than that. 1% of the total population who have gained a lot of awareness about themselves. They don't see their value as per like degree or someone what society is telling them. What society is defining as success, they don't see that as success for themselves. They define success for themselves, what they want, and based on that they decide whether they are successful or not. So there is a segment of people, and these people are the thought leaders. These people are the doers. These people are the ones who go and change the world, and all rest of them, they follow. And now the question is, do you want to follow? It's not that it's very bad to follow, but if you have the potential to lead, why not lead? And if you want to lead others, first lead yourself. That is the most important thing. If you are not leading yourself, you will fail to inspire others. And you have to see life in a very, very minute way. You have to see what's happening to you, what's happening to people around you. There is so much to learn from awareness. Learning is not in textbooks. Learning is in awareness. If you continue having awareness over a period of time, you will see amazing results. To be honest, I am myself shocked by the things I can say. Because I have put a lot of attention in my life. All my entire life, I have put attention wherever I was. I didn't knew that it was a super skill. Yeah, I didn't knew that it will change my life altogether. But I just kept awareness, put awareness. I understood myself, and I'm always reading newspapers, social media, something or the other. I'm like consuming content. I'm trying to understand how everything works. That now when I talk, it comes automatically. The processing is not happening consciously. All that input you are taking, and automatically your brain is processing. You don't know that. But when the situation comes, you will start reacting. It will come as a response, automatic response that, okay, this is what I need to do. So that is what awareness is, the key. Awareness, internal awareness, then external awareness. Internal, if you have internal awareness, at least you will get peace of mind. If you have internal awareness plus external awareness, your success in the life is assured. If you have both of this. Yeah, I think that is how one can build career. Now see, if I am like 3 years into entrepreneurship, I'm still struggling. If you see technically, if you see, I'm still a struggling entrepreneur. But I've already done a lot of things. Still some people, they don't recognize what I have done. Because for them, only when you raise some X amount, or you see your name in at a newspaper, or you see in some news channel, then only they think it's success. But that will come only, that is just a representation, which will happen at some point, if you put the right work into it. So fame and monetary success is a resultant of what value you provide to the world. If you are providing a lot of value to the world, automatically the world will reward you by respecting that value.
You know, if I may add here, Sainath,
yeah,
whatever that you've spoken, we can see it in two categories. You know, one set of people who are, I can maybe call it them as outliers, and the other set of people where, you know, it's happening in general terms. Honestly speaking, I think that is the ideal situation is how that we are made to be, but our conditioning has become so much. Like what you said, you are happy with your success. You've done so much already. But again, the world is conditioned to measure something else as success. Because previous generations, or, you know, previous call them the rishis, or call them those, people lived very simple lives, and they didn't have all these things. And look at how happy they were. After that, the materialistic conditioning which has happened has redefined so much that now, just to live as what we are giving it names like mindfulness. We are giving it names like, you know, the new age technologies, or today new age technologies are again talking about emotional intelligence. They are not talking about technical advancements anymore, because that they know is going to happen. But how well to be connected, and how well to bring in the emotional intelligence into artificial intelligence is what people are working on now. What is the point? Just leave. So it's just that, the unnecessary bits that we've gathered as, generations passed on. Today, all that we're trying is to shed those layers. So as I said, keeping it simple is the most difficult thing today. Because you are seen as what you said. A lot of people tell me, oh, you know what, we're going to present you a sari and a big bottu. Why don't you just sit down and do that? I'm like, oh, I would love that. Design it. I want a designer wear, and then I will sit. It's like, that is how people look at it. But the simple factor is we are not speaking rocket science. What we are all talking on this platform is the most easiest thing that anybody can do. In fact, rocket science, which is difficult, in fact, technology, which is difficult, is more accepted than the most simplest thing here. Because we're conditioned like that. If it's not difficult, maybe it's not nice. Maybe, it's not true. If I've put in so much of effort and, sweated it out and then I've got it, then maybe, it's an achievement. That's the mismatch that we have, as the entire human race today. And those who are able to peel it off and get back to the roots are talking about mindfulness, are talking about, emotional intelligence and peacefulness. Ikigai. I mean, what is Ikigai saying? Ikigai is talking what our ancestors knew. But today that's becoming a concept which is selling like anything. That's the only, thing. So as much as we can peel off the layers. So maybe as Strong Human Network, you've definitely taken this step. So otherwise, we are all working individually. But I think this platform has given that hand, where we know that we are all working towards the same goal. And somewhere very closer to each other. We're all on the same path also, that I can say. But it's just that we don't know that we are there. So as if we can really do what you've envisioned, Sainath, you're doing tremendous job. And that's beyond a career, actually. So I think, that's a success in itself.
Thank you. Yeah. Niharika, are you there?
I'm there.
Yeah.
Just on last note, I would just like to, share one liner, which I think should resonate with every woman, be it also for men as well. Let any crisis not define us, let it refine us. I think that can really make us to thrive and flourish and, achieve or, get that power, the inner strength as well to move forward and achieve leaps and, be in the path of excellence. I think once somebody is in the path of excellence, I'm sure they are going to achieve their success. Right? It's just that the constant check of, are we in the path of excellence or are we stuck? And again, there needs an awareness, because nobody else can understand us better than anybody else. Even if you have to go and talk to others, it's important for us to reflect and see, okay, I'm worried. Why am I worried? What is it I can do? I think I'm worried. Is that where we kind of, most of us get stuck, or even find out situation, or why maybe most of the time we find out external factors, and then we have a very good reason to oh yeah, this is why I'm worried. And then what next is where we don't take that next step, and that's where the inter and the intra, if both can happen, then I'm sure as Simon was saying, the internal awareness and the external awareness, if both can just merge together, then nobody can stop us. And so as women and as also men, I think let any crisis comes on our way, let it just not define us and let it refine us. On this Women's Day, I would like to close with that note. Hope this message was a take back for all of us, including me.
Yes, definitely, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Varsha.
Thank you. Yes, Sainath. So, shall we tell about the activity now, Sainath?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So we've planned a small activity for everybody, the speakers and the participants. We want you to do a small video on, you might have heard the other speakers as well. So what is the best takeaway out of today's sessions for you with a Women's Day wishes, maybe a 1-minute video. So you could post this on your social media, your Instagram and your Facebook. We'll share the hashtags and the tagging. So you need to tag us on the social media with the video. So that's the activity. So
you can do it in the morning if you are too tired now. Do it in the morning, no problem.
So tomorrow we would be playing those videos during the session.
It's been ages that we've done a homework, you know.
Yes, very true.
I agree with you.
we kind of lost the habit of doing it also.
Yeah.
That too on a weekend, Sunday.
So we have like our session starts tomorrow afternoon, and we'll start with the Women's Day address.
Yeah,
so probably before that, if you have few messages, that would be lovely. And we would the best 2 messages we'll be showing. Yeah, Niharika, can you like conclude the session now?
Yes. So today we looked into, we got much, very good insights. It was really a wonderful session with all of you. We've got inputs on the jobs in 2021, and then we moved on to managing career and office, and we've got such lovely inputs from all the speakers. Thank you one and all for coming and giving us your valuable inputs and insights about the topics. We have another discussion tomorrow, which is going to be balancing personal and professional life and leading a healthy lifestyle, which again, I guess it's very important, not only for women, I think it's important for everybody. So please be there for the session, highly valuable session. And we are going to have our chief speaker tomorrow, who is Dr. Pooja. She's a renowned gynecologist, so she would be there addressing. And we also have the launch of the jewel of this summit, which is the lifestyle transformation program of SHN. So that's one good thing that you would be getting to know. So yes, tomorrow the session starts at 2, as I said, with these wonderful topics. So please be there. And this is the flow of tomorrow's session. So we would be having the Women's Day inauguration by the host and the keynote speakers. Then the panel discussion on balancing personal and professional life and a healthy lifestyle. Then we'll have the networking breakout session. And we have the offerings. The members would be presenting their offerings to the participants. Right, and we'll have the session how SHN can solve challenges and enhance the lifestyle. So would love to see you all tomorrow. Okay, so we'll call it a day. Till then, stay good, stay happy, and good evening. Be the best version of yourself and be a strong human. Thank you everyone for being here. Thanks a lot. It was lovely hearing to all of you. Truly, I mean, I think this afternoon is so valuable. It's wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Niharika, for wonderful hosting. Thank you, Rajani, for hosting, and thank you all the participants for very actively participating. I think all of you have really put your heart and soul into it. And whatever we have discussed today, all of it is recorded. We'll try to share this recording as soon as possible. So, I truly believe that the value which we created today is just not for the participants who joined today. I think once people will start watching it on Facebook or YouTube also, they'll start wondering what's happening here. So like Indian women, I think they are really rocking. I think that is what people will see. They'll say that what kind of insights Indian women have into life. They are no less than anyone across the world. I think that is what people will feel after listening to each and every one of the panelists. They will be definitely amazed by the talent which India has. And I think SHN has, like, I shouldn't be boasting, but we did a great job of selecting the right people. See, we are not bringing the most famous or most rich people. We are bringing the strong human, real strong human who have gone through the journey and still going through the journey, in fact. So thanks a lot, everyone, for being part of this amazing session. And I strongly recommend you all to be there tomorrow, and especially during our launch of the jewel of the summit, which is our lifestyle transformation program, which will tell. I think we touched on a lot of aspects today. And I think the lifestyle transformation program by SHN, it will tell you how SHN is going to solve all these problems in a very simple and effective way, and how you can be part of this journey, especially the coaches and women folk. They have a lot to do with this, because as I said, women are the foundation of SHN. I think to take SHN to a higher level, we need people who can succeed by themselves and also help others succeed. And I think women are positioned really well to help SHN achieve this. So let's connect tomorrow, and I think we can add much more value. And I'm looking forward to hear from you guys after we tell about the program and all, what you think of it. And I'm eager to discuss what we can do to achieve together as a team. Right? So thank you, everyone. Niharika, I think you can close it now.
Okay. Thank you, Sainath. Thank you. Thank you so much. Padmaja, you were saying something?
Yeah, so Sainath, if I can actually tell you this, you're talking about Indian women doing so much and everything, but what you're missing here is, alone you are one man who's actually, making all this work and making all this work ahead. So happy Women's Day, yes. But we should congratulate you. And, you've shown that it's not competition, but collaboration. And as much as we collaborate, it's so much work that we can do. So kudos to you. Yeah, kudos to you. And that's what I'm saying. As much as it's a Women's Day, it's a significant point to see that how a man can also stand there and give the space for all the ladies. Go ahead, ladies, do your bit. We are there to support from the back. So I think that's a very major takeaway for a lot of them.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think Prabha was trying to speak once, I guess. Prabha, do you want to say something?
No, I had a question. I'll take it on tomorrow. It's okay.
Okay. Sure. See you tomorrow then.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.